Well, well, well. Happy Saturday, guys. Holy shit. Awesome to Zoomy. Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome in. I forgot the thing. I forgot the thing again. I forgot the thing again. What is in Stars and Time? I'm curious. I want to know what that game is. Hello, Bill Baron. But welcome in, guys. How's your Saturday? What trouble you been getting into? What shenanigans have you been up to? Have you seen anything interesting? I have seen nothing. There has been nothing. Always staring, stares. Wait, streams a lot. Always Karen. Marin, always staring. Bumper 15. Burper being put Pettis. Chibi Avatar go hard. Well, thank you, Navy. Yeah, I'm adorable, okay? I am adorable and goofy. Please and thank you. Actually, hold on. I could do this better. We can do this right. No, it's not fast enough. I need to rework that one. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Grinzy immediately jumps on the Biggles train. Yay, Biggles! Biggles is the one who's been, who manages the merch page, the Horizons merch page, and we're currently working on New Year merch. Brand new keychains coming. A lot of things are already on their way this year. We're going to have some new stuff. We're going to have a lot of new merch throughout the year. 2 new models are already on the burner. I'm just trying to figure out how to release one of them early before the refresh for everything. It's a little confusing right now, and it hurts my brain. Lovers. I didn't do much today beyond taking mom out for her birthday and coming back to the apartment. The power of New Year's capitalism is not to be underestimated. Yeah. Cowboy! Demon Hellspawn with a good sense of humor, at least I think. I hope. Yippee, what are you going to name it? Frederick. Their name is Frederick, and they're going to be a banker. An Old West banker. So it shall be. It worked very hard today, and I fucked up my leg, and it's cold, and there's snow outside. How much snow? How snowy can it be? How bad can it be? Oh my goodness, let me readjust myself. In the mirror, I summoned the sacred treasure, Armstrong. Ordain, really?
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't bread over every egg.
Good, just don't make sure you fall in love with him for all the wrong reasons. Holy shit. Wait, what? Oh, it's people storming Costco to buy Pokemon cards? Jesus, these people are shoving their fucking carts full of them. That's shit that you need to put a limit on. I'm sorry, I was scrolling. Somebody apparently reposted a video of a new Pokemon set that dropped. And people apparently lost their shit. Yes, it was needed. What the fuck, Ordain? Here, it's easily go up to 1 to 3 feet tall. Oh, okay, gotcha. Have you ever read an RPG game about friends, family stopping an evil king who's freezing time, and maybe a bit of psychological horror related to being stuck in a time loop? Oh. We're Costco guys. Of course I eat my chicken bake while we're going through the store. I have never been to Costco. I had to think for a second. I was like, did I? No. I've been to Sam's Club. Never been to Costco. Not once. Although they were building a Costco right down the road from my place before we moved, before I came back to Texas. It's Frederick Fazbear Mega Pissplex in the year of our Luigi 1987. Hyper, did you take your meds today? Hi, Samuel. Be honest, did you take your meds today, Hyper? Gotta get not the double chunk chocolate cookie. Tony Stark built a double chip chocolate cookie in a cave! I'm sorry, I keep seeing people use that fucking audio. Can I join the Tism squad now? No! Frederick Fuckbear in the Pizza Palace? What? Kind of money to spend thousands on Pokemon cards? The thing is, I don't understand it because you can get all of the cards from a set minus what's the word? Minus the like all the like special art ones. Like you can get a play set of every type of Pokemon generally in the set off of like 16 to 20 packs, I think. We're taking the Tism. No! Fredo, what? 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 Not really the Phantom never knew what the fuck he was talking about. Oh, I see. I see. That no, that makes sense. That makes sense. Carry on. Do as you must. But I don't think I have any news or anything exciting to go about, nor do I know what I'm gonna fucking do today. I'm fucking winging it. We wing it in this house. I don't have anything set up for today because, like I said, one of the things I've been trying to do is make a trailer for one of the new models so we can debut it. Because then I can do a bunch of retro games. Yeah. I want to start playing retro horror games that I've like missed out on over time. Winging it hours, who's up? But the question is, do we... The thing is, I have a couple games that we could play, or I could say fuck it and we can go back to being a D-Gen and we could play more Mibble Ribble. Friday the 13th on NES. I've heard that game isn't good at all. Like there's nothing to it. I want to play Fatal Frame and Silent Hill 3. Yeah, Mibble Ribble. Marvel Rivals. Freddy Fazbear and his Pineapple Pizza Palace. Oh my god, stop. Not Freddy Faznuts. What the fuck? Why are y'all like this? Why do y'all keep bringing up Freddy? Try playing Super Tux on stream. What is Super Tux? Hold on. Hold your horses. Super Tux. Oh, it's free. What the fuck? Classic 2D jump and run side scroller featuring Tux the Penguin. Run and jump through multiple worlds. Okay, it looks weirdly enough, it looks like a parody. It's definitely a parody of Mario because even the blocks just look like recolored blocks from Mario and it follows all of the same mechanics. Oh yeah, it follows all of the same mechanics. It's literally just a reskinned Mario. It's just a reskin Mario. It even has the like tiny penguin becomes big penguin. But instead of mushrooms, it's snowballs. The greatest game of the decade? It came out in 2004. It came out in 2004. Are you proud of yourself? God damn it, Dorothy. Marmalade Go-Gurt RuneScape plays Marble Railing? What? Also, hold on. That reminds me. Let me go check something really quick. I want to see. It's the new year. We are 4 days into the new year, and I have to do my regular hyperfixation check of seeing if the Chinese room has released anything on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Okay. No, okay. The Chinese room page hasn't posted anything, so let me see if Bloodlines, this one, I think. Do we have anything? October 1st trailers pinned. December 23rd was the last thing they posted. For those who celebrate having a happy holiday, I'm sure come winter of 2025, the weather in Seattle will be perfectly normal. Winter, you say? Winter? Are you hinting at something? Chinese room? Are you hinting at something? You think it's going to be a totally normal winter in Seattle? Have you played through this year? We could do that. I want to know what the date is for this though, because I think what we'll do is we will have like maybe like a week leading up to it or something. We will play Bloodlines 1. We played part of it once on stream. Hi, Rin. Hey, Rin. Has your PC caught fire yet from you trying to render out that update you were talking about? Is winter coming? I don't know. Is winter coming? Because it keeps prioritizing like the sub badge, I think, over it. And because you have the arcane badge turned on. Because for some reason you have prioritized the arcane badge over all of the other badges. I'm just exhausted. That makes sense. Droppy, thank you for renewing your season pass. Thank you so much. Is winter coming? Winter is coming. Winter is here. It is January, my guy. It is January. But Jesus, the screenshot they used for this looks fucking awesome. It looks awesome. I'm not going to show it to you, chat. You have to go look it up. But I think this is going to be my game of the year. This is going to be the game that I obsess over up until it comes out, and then I obsess over and then through multiple playthroughs every week. Tell it to the lack of ice on the lake. Am I artist now? No, you're not. I don't see it. But yeah, I don't see the mark on you. I guess PC crash on Rin. No! He needs to do the update. You can't do this to him. How could you? Oh. Ooh. Wait, who is this? Oh, an artist. Okay. Interesting. Apparently the team sent a small artist who did some art for Bloodlines 2 from some of the characters. They sent her like 3 signet rings for a few of the clans, a t-shirt, a beret of one of the characters from Bloodlines 1, and I think that's a mouse pad for Bloodlines 2, and then a bunch of pins. And then I can't tell if it's a temporary tattoo or if it's maybe just a very small piece of art, but then it looks like the mark that's on the main character's hand. Testing. I cast duct tape to ceiling on Ordain, and it cannot be countered unless Mound gives Ganon uppies. All right, Ordain, I'm sorry. I guess you got to stay on the ceiling for the stream today. Well, darn. But yeah, they haven't made any kind of posts this year, it looks like, which is unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. Hello. I swear I saw, I think that, I don't know if that hit me or if it just like bounced off my head and went straight up. That was kind of funny though. It looked like it just whizzed past me out of the corner of my eye. Okay. I'm behind 7 proxies. Listen, that only just means it's going to take time to get to you. That doesn't mean you're invincible. Only proxies. No. You gotta be like constantly swapping, bud. You gotta constantly be swapping. Come on, you're smarter than that. I missed. You missed. I don't think the regular throw even has a missed chance. I think the cookie is the only one that has a missed chance. I'm pretty sure. Not 100% on that, but only pretty sure. Okay. Try to stop Infinity, bitch. What do you mean? Infinity, my ass. I already took 2 gems off of you. There's only 3 gems in that gauntlet. Infinity +1, checkmate. Oh my god, you fucking goobs. It's like the fucking, what is it? It's like whenever like kids used to always do the thing where, when they're playing a game or something, eventually one of the kids would be like, nah, you didn't tag me. I have a force field or some shit. And then it just devolves into each person coming up with the next most like overpowered ability. What about infinity times infinity? Guys, no mathematical hypotheticals, okay? It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to do mathematical hypotheticals. It's only going to hurt your brain. Did someone say force field? Oh my god. I mean, does that win? I don't know if that wins. It just becomes all caps, infinity to the power of 9. I don't know. I don't know about that. I ate the red and purple ones because they're strawberry and grape. Okay. But were they squat powered force field? No, you gotta go faster. You gotta go faster. Full speed ahead. Full speed ahead. Okay. Chat, do we need to do a poll? The thing is, though, is I'm not sure what options we have. Outside of Marvel Rivals. Let me see what I have really quick. I do know the things that I still owe you from the last goals and stuff. So like I know I still owe you VR games. I know I still owe you playing Prey through in one sitting. I canceled out his dyslexia. Oh no, he can read again. Technically now that Hello Kitty Island Adventure comes out next month, I owe you that still. I cast extremely slow internet on hyper. You're a monster, Ordain. Smartest person in my friend group had a dream where he multiplied infinity times infinity, woke up in a cold sweat. Huh? Huh? What does that mean? I cast shit pants times 100 decillion on Ordain. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, okay? You gotta do what you gotta do. I cast successfully exporting Paris model first time. Thank God. Ordain, can you work some magic on that? Can you work some magic on that so that Rin's PC doesn't completely crash? Can you bless Rin's PC so that we don't have an issue? But let me see. In terms of other things I have, there's not much besides what I'm supposed to be playing with Rin later tonight. I cast Mind Butt Crack. No, that's not what we need. I cast Load OBS before Mix It Up. What? I usually do. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What do you want about, Willis? I'm confused. What do you want about? Okay. I don't know, chat. I think I'm pretty set on probably doing Nibble Ribble today. Cause I'm totally not addicted and I totally don't want to get like gold rank just for reasons, you know, for reasons and stuff and things. I want gold rank. I'm silver 2. I'm silver 2 right now. And it's still been going pretty well. And I think sometimes it's fun too to interact with people. There are games other than Marvel Rivals? Good question. Very good question. No. Maybe? I choose to believe that there are no other hero shooters now. No other hero shooters exist. Name another hero shooter, and I can promise you, you were lying. Never having to pay for delivery fee on DoorDash ever again. What? I don't buy delivery. I almost never buy delivery because I end up always talking myself out of it when I look at it. Okay. There's Gigantic. Yo, my friend used to work at the company that made Gigantic. Fragpunk. Oh, I've heard of TF2. Yeah, TF2 is pretty cool. Side-eye. Delivery is so cheap here. Wait, how much is delivery there? Because like here you'll get like $12 worth of food and your total order cost comes out to like $28. And you're like, where the fuck did this come from? It's why I talk myself out of it if I ever look at it. And I only ever look at it like once every few months. And it's usually when I have like a bunch of money and I'm feeling exceptionally lazy. I'm so glad Gigantic returned. I need to play it more. I've considered playing it before. $10 still an average, $20 for a fancy meal. I would only like to point out yet again the discrepancy of food in America versus food in any other country. How dare. Oh. Sorry, I just found a character that reminded me of Ember Ushi. And I was like, wait, is this Ember? Oh, no, it's not. No, it is in fact not Ember. Huh. Huh. But wait a second. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Quick order and delivery. No, we don't have what's it called? I've turned off the treat stream. I think yeah, it was called treat stream. That's been off for a while. I cast order and delivery. No, I don't need anything. I've been eating cured meats all day. They're really, really good. I like cured meats. I blame Faye. Faye did this to me. Faye put the hankering for cured meats on my mind. Wait, what is this? Oh, the Fortnite stream destroyed him? Wait, what? Elon Musk says Twitter algorithm is changing. Negativity will be penalized. Informational and entertainment content will be promoted. Goal is to increase unregretted user time. You know what? Users, this app is negative and promotes hate speech. Elon, that's free speech. Elon gets insulted on Twitter, changes everything. There's no war in bossing, say head ass. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Grumpy. We should keep bullying Elon into fixing Twitter. We could keep doing that. It's semi-working, but at the same time, he is a trash human being and should probably be beaten over the head with a baseball bat. But that's besides the point. Actually, no, I think that may actually be the point, right? Right. He literally hit likes because he accidentally liked an anime girl post. That's fucking hilarious. Fun fact, here in Finland, we made a pizza that beat the Italians into competition. What was the pizza? Wait, I want to know. Anti-hate speech protection back? We'll see. That's the thing. That's people in the comments, though, were all like, well, what about all like the racism and the really shitty politics and stuff that have been going around? Is that going to count as negativity or is that going to count as, quote, informational? Oh, no. Oh no, World Who specifically made a new world for people to load into, and it's a fucking nighttime highway cafe. And Lala's just fucking eye emojis, eye emojis. I made cheese out of milk that expired. I don't know if that cheese is safe. I mean, it kind of makes sense, but at the same time, I don't know if that cheese is safe. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's something. It's something. Really, Grins? Really? Okay. It was already halfway to cheese anyway. That's kind of horrifying. I'm just saying. Oh my god, caca carrot cake. No, he was already halfway to cheese anyway. That's Neko. Neko, that's not how that works. Cheese isn't just fucking expired milk or milk that's gone bad. That is not at all the case. You probably should not eat that cheese. Salted them and pressed them? Okay. Then explain Limburger? Okay, hold on. Limburger cheese. Originated in the Herve area. In the Duchy of Limburg, capital Limburg Silvestre. Now in the French-speaking Belgian province of Liège. I don't know. Known for its strong smell caused by bacterium. Name has become the modern European protected name for the cheese, while the Limburger name is used for the same style when made in other regions. Herve cheese. I'm not reading. Fromage de Herve. Herve. Explain the Italian maggot cheese. That's not milk that's gone bad. That's cheese that they let maggots go devour and then they pull the maggots out most of the time. And I don't think that's Italian. Is that Italian? I don't think it was Italian. By accident because people use stomachs to store milk with a lingering Renette curdled it. Yep. Sounds like bad stinky milk to me. Yeah, but we don't make the cheese the same way, Grumpy. It's not the same exact thing. Is banned in most places? Yeah, because it smells terrible. It smells god awful. You can't cheese. Casa Marzu? Is that it? Maggot cheese. Oh, you're right. It is Sardinian. Okay, so technically Italian. Yeah, Casa Marzu. Sardinian for rotten or putrid cheese. Also called, so all these different names. Traditional Sardinian sheep milk cheese that contains live insects. Oh no, live insect larvae specifically. Country of origin, Italy and France. Region, Sardinia and Corsica. Source, sheep. It was a success, albeit dry, crumbly, and very salty. It sounds like you oversalted it. Wait, does it still work? Does Treat Dream still work? It shouldn't. Oh. I could have swore I turned it off. Alright, hold on. I now must do the important thing. How do I... It's not letting me go to my account settings. It's just not loading. It's loading nothing. Treatstream.com. Let me see really quick. Yes, I did get a rock to put on top of your cheese press. I mean, if you're using like by hand or unless you're using... Oh, it is enabled. Turn off indefinitely. Okay. Huh. The Wubba Burber. I forgot that's what it was. And the last time it was used was... that is March of last year. Damn. Wubba Burber. Spare uppies, mama. Oh my god, Canyon. You come in here, you shave my hair, and then you ask for uppies. Also, hi, Belle. Yes, Beakwood, what can I do for you? How can I help you? I can't unsee the punching in the eye part. Wait, what? I can't unsee the punching in the eye part. You mean the other hand that's like at the bottom of the emote? Is that what you're talking about? No, the hand's just going in front of the face. It's not like I'm punching myself in the face. The hand's way lower than it looks. The camera is also just lower. Maybe in the smaller version. It's the same thing with some of the emotes I have, where like to me they look slightly different than they actually are. Helping me give her a haircut. I didn't want a haircut yet, although I do kind of need a haircut IRL. I'm still trying to figure out if I'm going to cut it short or if I'm just going to get a trim and keep growing it out. I kind of want to cut it short. Chat, I kind of want to cut my hair short again. Short-ish, TM. Big TM. Pizza was named after a politician in Italy who said he had to endure the food here and how we only eat reindeer. So we made a pizza with reindeer and onions that won. The lesson here being that if you piss off the finish, then we'll make you regret it. That actually sounds... Hold on. I want to look that up. So reindeer and onion pizza. Russian far north reindeer pizza. Well, I don't think it's wait. It uses reindeer sausage and caramelized onions. Wait, that sounds fucking awesome. Oh, that sounds delicious. How short is short-ish? Give me a second. I can get y'all a picture. Let me do it this way. Picture, 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 picture. Open. Okay. And then I'm just going to do this thingamajig. We'll just swing over here and we can look at this picture. This nice, nice picture. Look at the picture. This is what I want to go get. This is the haircut I'm going to go get. Probably something like this. Maybe a little shorter. It's between this and this. These are the styles. These are the styles that I'm thinking. Came across a band that you could not like by any instance because the people behind are very bad people. 1939ers? Oh. But instrumentally, it's some of the best you came across in a long time. I'm sorry, Furry. I'm sorry you came across a neo-Nazi band. Man just wants to be V from Cyberpunk. Do you mean like the default V? Let me see. Cyberpunk. Oh my god, I can't spell. V. I was gonna say, are you talking about like this V? The massive like swath hair? No. Oh yeah, the awkward stage sucks ass. It sucks a lot. The awkward stage lasts like 2 years. Mowen become V. Like this is fucking Detroit. Hi, Corvo. How are you doing? Anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about cutting my hair to. Anyway. Anywho's it's. Anywho's a what's it's. Cybercrunk? Cybercrunk. Are you... Wait. I don't know about that. I don't know about that one at all. Oh, good lord. Yes, what can I do for you? Yes, hello. Is there a problem here? What is it, Delta? Oh boy. Oh boy, it's Kiss. I'd like the chance to tell every Tom, Dick, and Harry from the VTM game I found if you would let me miss... Wait, what? To tell about the VTM game I found? What VTM game did you find? Having a lazy day, it was raining until like an hour ago. Ooh. I mean, it is Saturday. It's a pretty good reason. Pretty good reason to be relaxing. Trying to see if I recognize something. Drinking hot chocolate with the rain. Ooh. Do you have a nice porch? You have a nice porch to enjoy it on? Okay. God, that reindeer and fucking caramelized onion pizza sounds awesome. Let me see. Oh, this person also goes on like the history of, oh, it uses rye as the crust? Oh. A simple homemade San Marzano tomato sauce. After all, San Marzano tomatoes aren't any less Arctic than other varieties of tomatoes. Reindeer summer sausage. It's the first one to admit that any venison sausage will do just as well, available from your hunter friends or here. It doesn't have to be a specific summer sausage either. Don't use very dry sausage. That turns too hard once diced and baked. Caramelized onions, as per my habit of adding typical Russian ingredients to not so Russian dishes to help convert them. Shredded low moisture mozzarella. Where's Faye? Is Faye here? Faye, we're making this at some point. Making northern pizza. We're gonna make rye-based pizza with caramelized onion and reindeer sausage. Reindeer to summer sausage. Hmm. Northern pizza? Yeah, northern. Northern. It says it's Russian, but then it was also the description that somebody said was like Finnish. So I'm just gonna go with like overall northernly available Marin pizza. Pizza. Hmm. I wonder. If I could make any pizza with any toppings that I wanted in the world, what would I put on it? It'd probably be a Sicilian pizza. I'm thinking with chicken, hot honey, probably pineapples and bacon. Chicken, bacon, pineapples, and bacon. And then the hot honey drizzled over the top. To yell at me for mentioning Funny Pizza Land? Wait, funny. Oh, the game. Hi, Gandon. Just. I don't know why, for some reason, Gannon, it's so funny to me when you come in and you're always just like, this is going to be the point where they get mad at me for mentioning the thing that I mentioned here for the first time today. Gosh darn it, Gannon. I mean, they've been openly vegan and left for decades. Wait, what? More social justice minded? Wait. Was alive in the world, he'd be Democrat. Now he'd be Republican. George Washington. I'm quite fond of deer and caramelized onion pizza. Amazing. Amazing. He was cooking oil that was used in frying Impossible Burgers when frying onions. That's kind of interesting. Cattle decapitation. What? Mom's gonna yell at me. Just stop it. Cease. No crying, Gannon. No crying. Oh God, I feel like I gotta sneeze, but it's just kind of lurking there behind my nose. Okay, I lived. I survived. The burgers leave a beefy flavor without beef. That always raises the question though when it comes to like those lab grown meats, so like Impossible meats and stuff. Is reproducing, because to make those lab grown meats, you already have to use animal cells. I suppose it's more ethical, but is it like the most optimal way for somebody to approach veganism? I guess it's probably the best way to convince like a person who like really likes meat to kind of go towards veganism. But it also, at the same time, it feels like a dishonest way to go about it. No one can handle roasted moe wiener? What? I prefer sardine and anchovy pizza. Wait, both of those things on the pizza at the same time? That'd be make it so salty. I like I'm fine with anchovy paste. I can't do the whole anchovy. They're plant-based proteins? Are they? I thought they were lab grown. Okay, no, they are. Okay, why did I think they were lab grown? Yeah, okay, you're right. You're right. I've made some Impossible. I've bought some Impossible products before. There's just still right now they're a little pricey. They're oh no. Oh wait, that's right. Did Fauna graduate or is Fauna graduating? I'm pretty sure she is. Right? Isn't like Hololive's what's her name? Sarah's Fauna? I'm pretty sure she's graduating. I was just looking at a post and I was like, what is this? Oh no. Oh no. Taka's playing hardcore WoW. No, Taka, no. Don't give in to it. Hmm. Okay. Chat. Bibble Ribble? Yeah, Fauna graduated. Yeah. Oh, I don't want to see all the shorts that people are now going to be posting to TikTok of them being sad about Fauna and with the sad music, I'm going to start crying. WoW is fun, especially with friends. I agree, but Blizzard doesn't care and only wants your money, so almost everything is just half-assed as fuck. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Doesn't has there be more holograds? I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, they all can't do it forever. And they all make so much money that I also wouldn't doubt if Fauna is just like retiring. Because if y'all have ever seen like the influx that Hollow Stars get, like they could honestly, if they played it smart, they could just retire. How's your evening going? I'm doing all right. I'm doing pretty good. After their shift to go more idle to please investors? Yep. Ahmed graduated? Yep. I was gonna say, they went from having like a few of, what was it? A few of the people each like generation being like kind of idolish people. So like in every generation, there'd be like two people that'd be like, oh, they're good at singing. They'll probably make them do songs and stuff, blah, blah, blah. But then they made that baseline. They've made that baseline for like the last several generations, I'm pretty sure. I think since second generation Hollow English. So basically like Crony, Fauna, all them. And I do remember Crony at one point talking about how Hollow Live was making her go to singing lessons and stuff. Like that was the thing. That was the thing for a while. So I would not be surprised. Hmm. Wait. Chat. Gabriel from Ultra Kill is getting a plushie. Wait, that's awesome. Wait, on Makeship? Oh, man. Oh, there's a Makeship tag on there. Machine! Maybe switch up your weapons time every now and again. It's disgusting the way you play. We've been having a blast on her new channel from what I hear. Hell yeah. It's, oh god, I can't remember her name. Weirdly enough, she uses the same color palette as Toki Bird, which I think is funny. May your woes be many and your bitches few. I'm sorry, I just think of that line all the time. Because I'm pretty sure he said that in his own stream. But, okay, yeah, I'm not finding anything. Be gone, webpage, be gone. Nah, fucking Gianni is hilarious. Fucking Gianni is hilarious because I think he's also the one who did the line of, oh, who is it? It's not Wolverine in this game. But it just makes me think of it. It's Moon Knight. Anytime I see Moon Knight in Marvel Rivals and I hear him say something, I think of the Gianni line when he's pretending to be Master Chief and he's like, there's a lady in my head and she calls me Stud Muffin. The whole Doki thing? What's the whole Doki thing? I got a lady in my head and she calls me Stud Muffin. Listen, that is a golden line. I don't care what anybody says, okay? It's fucking funny. It's fucking funny. I don't make the rules, okay? I don't make the rules. Sorry, I was whipping my hair. When she split from Niji? Oh, yeah. Niji, oh, God, I don't think I've seen... Like, I know Sunny Explosion left Niji. Who else was there? Niji's lost almost every single one of their big names. Everybody else is kind of just floating by. Niji's no longer on the up and up, and I don't think anybody wants to audition for them. But yeah, I do remember the whole when Doki split. I was trying to Michi. Oh yeah, Michi left to Matara left. Oh wait, so Matara, the one guy that's in Vishojo, the like dog guy, and Michi are all ex Niji Sanji people. I wouldn't doubt if Yushojo tried to recruit Doki Bird, but Doki did not want to have anything to do with another company, which good on her because she's busting ass. Kuro? Oh yeah, that's the guy's name. I watched his debut at the time, but since then I almost never see him. Also, this is going to sound bad, but when I look at him, all I see is like a masculine version of the GX Aura VTuber. He's the guy version of Opera GX's VTuber. Look, I love the Niji Towns, but they have always been horrible at managing their non-JP branches. Correct. And the JP branches basically just take whatever beating they're given. They just take whatever beating comes their way. And there's not really many complaints. Not because he's bad. Doki, Mint, Matara, Kuro. Yeah, I did know Mint is. I didn't know. Mint's not... Mint is ex-Hololive, right? I could have sworn Mint was Hololive before. Was that... Okay, it was Niji. Why did I... No. Oh, I guess I'm brain farting. I was thinking there was like... Hold on, let me see. Alum. Okay, a new Aqua left. Okay, maybe I was wrong. I thought there was others. Yeah, the only 3 Hololive people right now that have graduated are Aqua, Coco, and Sana. They haven't even updated the webpage to have good old Fauna gets. Pamu and Selen, yep. Her and Doki hang out all the time. I don't watch Doki streams. I don't watch a lot of big streamers. Like, I don't watch them in and of myself because I tend to get bored with their content. They don't do much else than streaming. At least half the time. Like, some of them release songs on occasion, which is probably like what I would consider prime content. But half the time it's just their regular like hangout sessions and shit. I'm over here playing with my beard, just control the beard a little bit, just ooh, twirl it. Certified VTuber hater? No. I'm not a VTuber hater. I'm just a hater. I do it for the love of the game, baby. The love of the game. I was YouTube and Twitch, but nowadays I barely watch YouTube streams anymore. I don't think I ever watch YouTube streams. Unless there's like a very special event that I'm like, oh, this seems like it could be interesting. Then I'll ask YouTube to like ping me when it goes live. But that is very rarely. Very, very rarely. All right. We're probably getting pretty close. We're probably a little over 5 minutes from the ad break. Let me, before I forget, let me get this going. I'm just going to make sure I already have the iPad ready to go. The only stream I watch on YouTube is sometimes Gura. Oh, yeah. It's now Twitch and TikTok. Yep, that's pretty much mine too. And it's because TikTok fucking throws it at me. Half the time it's somebody that I couldn't care less about and I just skip. Worse, it's multiple people that I couldn't care less about and I skip so fast it fucking fails to load the next video. I saw Ganon in a Pudma stream once. Pudma? I have no idea who Pudma is. Pudma. 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 Alumni? No, that is not it. Pima? Oh, is it Pima Mysterious? Oh, I've seen her before. Good lord, that reference sheet. Good lord. No, I've seen her around, but I think anytime I've ever seen her though, it's usually one of those like just random chaos kind of like shorts. Oh, good lord. Oh, good lord. Checking chat again for the joke. This is so sad. Can we get 5 gifted subs? Wait. I watch on YouTube is sometimes girl. The only one? No, I saw that. Or she's actually, wait, what? Without coming to grab me, you're fired? How could you? How could nobody grab Theodric? Up. Also, if she does it on purpose, she's actually blind. What do you mean? Me? Wait, what? I'm confused. I hear and Doki hang all the time. Pombo selling. Okay, duh. VTuber activities now Twitch and TikTok. I feel like I'm missing something. Reading Grins' message. Grins. Lamau. Not like this. I saw Ganon to put my stream and put my nuts in your mouth. Oh my fucking. Absolutely not. Ain't no way in hell. No. That was Coco. Somebody was coming in the back door. Somebody was coming in through the back door and Coco was barking at him. He's going to put down the dog. No, I'm not. That was Coco barking. Okay. You stupid. Ganon. You still haven't followed. I can't believe this. I can't believe Ganon still hasn't followed. Ganon hates me. Baron's jumping Coco. We're going to save Coco. I'm not jumping Coco. She was on the other side of the house. Going to put down the dog. No. From the icebox. That is central US. Like central as in like the landlocked states, I'm guessing. Or central as in... Wait, never mind. I'm not going to say that. In fairness, it did save Ganon from being cut in half. I suppose that's a good point. No hurt Puffer. I'm not going to hurt Puffer. Puffer was only barking. She barks at anybody that isn't like somebody she immediately recognizes when they come through a door. It's also if they like knock. If they knock, then she'll bark at the person regardless of who it is. Not again. No! Wait, CN? Half-Life CN? What does CN stand for? Entire sheet of ice right now? Oh, congratulations. Oh, I forgot that existed. I also forgot that was the abbreviated version of China. Interesting. Huh. If I get these nutted one more time during the stream, I am clearing this whole room out. And I'm not gonna lie, when I saw CN, I thought Cartoon Network for a second too. Had a China branch that tried to ruin them? Wait, what? Tell me more. Tell me. Actually, hold on. I want to look this up too, but also tell me more. I'm not surprised by that they had a... Okay, we got 2 minutes until the ad break. What was it? Hololive China. Second generation? Wait, they had a second generation? When did these debut? 2020. Okay. All of them have graduated. Okay. Let me see here. Indonesia. HoloDev is Holo China. Established in 2019, the entire branch of Hololive China was dissolved at the end of 2020, forcing all its members to retire. They only had 6 members, 2 generations of 3. Very interesting. Although they are extremely generic. Kind of annoyingly so. Hmm. Aw. Oh, they had a Hollow Stars member that I've never seen before that liked doing makeup. Wait, that's cute. That's cute. Why didn't they do that in EN? Okay, some of these older Hollow Stars guys look really neat. Like your Cyberpunk 2077 hairline. That's not generic. It's raggedy. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. My hair is awesome. Bitch. Listen, Kanan, you're just jealous, okay? You're just jealous you can't have luscious locks like these. And one got her whole rep room as a scapegoat. What? Hold on, hold on. There has to be more to this. I want to know more of this. Okay. Here, maybe the wiki page will give me something more. Hololive. Open permanent talent auditions in China and Japan, 2019. Chinese speaking branch was active on Bilibili, debuted from September 20th. Cover consolidated its Hololive, INNK Music, and Hollow Stars agencies under unified brands called Hololive Productions. Let me go into the corner and give y'all the iPad really quick. All right, there you go, guys. Let me see here real quick. I'm going to go read this, and I will be back after the commercial break. Okie dokie. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right. Wow. Wait, did y'all do that one perfectly? I missed it. I missed it. Y'all did that fucking perfectly. All right. I read this little page. Oh, I don't need to be in the corner. Never mind. I don't need to be in the corner anymore. But really quick. So, Apparently, oh yeah, music's loud. I forgot. I turned it up at the beginning. Gotcha. Gotcha. That's fine. Ah! No screaming. No screaming. Balance back. She's gonna yell at me for taking Hopi traditions? Hoppy traditions? What? All right, but hold on. So apparently the shutdown of Hololive China reaches back to Chinese fans, I'm guessing, getting upset when, I wish I was joking, Kiryu Coco, aka who is now also part of Isoja, what's her name? Kei-san, when she was still Coco, apparently they did a stream where they were going over their like YouTube analytics and were talking about like where viewers and stuff were from. And apparently they mentioned Taiwan, and Chinese fans got extremely upset over it. Yeah, they got extremely upset over it. Yep. And then, so apparently they had to fucking Hololive had to make like a bunch of apologies and stuff. Oh, because China's fucking obsessed and they claim that Taiwan still belongs to China. It's why also if you ever see, if you remember at the Olympics where Taiwan was competing, they were called Chinese Taipei. So if you ever see Chinese Taipei, it's just a company trying not to piss off China. Because apparently, according to China, calling it Chinese Taipei makes it sound to them like it's still theirs because of the one China policy. But regardless, apparently they got a 3-day suspension and they stopped streaming on Bilibili. However, the Hololive China members that still streamed on Bilibili apparently got a rush of harassment reports and apparent boycotting after the incident, which is really weird. Like, there's no extra information here. It just says that like after the Coco situation, the Chinese Hololivers got essentially pushed out. Hachama got the better ends? What do you mean better ends? What do you mean better ends? At first, it was a viewer mentioning Taiwan. When she scrolled over it and she responded to it. Yeah. I think I do remember that. Ardia was scapegoated? Ardia? Okay, yeah. Alongside Doris and Rosaline. Okay, let me see here. From Ardia Hololive to Ardia OW and removed any mention of the company from her profile. Retirement. On November 12th, Hololive's official English Twitter account announced the graduation date of 5 out of the 6 members of Hololive China. Ardia's retirement is scheduled for the 19th of December. Made her last tweet on the Twitter account belongs... Wait. On this date, Ardia made her last tweet as the Twitter account belongs to Hololive. Official English Hololive Twitter account announced Ardia's graduation is rescheduled for the 19th of November. She had a graduating stream on her Twitch channel with the archive no longer available just sometime after it ended. Making a post? Oh boy, is the Twitter post still open? After her graduation, she was removed from the list of mods. She was the first Hololive member to use Twitch and hoped that the other members would start streaming on the platform as well. Interesting. Oh yeah, they made her make a post. The post is still up. It's just called a post. The description is a post. And then she said, my manager Fox told me to make a post if I have time, so I made a post. I used my last brain cell on Overwatch. I used the one brain cell before the last one to talk with ice creams in a Discord. Oh God. Oh God. All right. She seems hilarious. She seems hilarious. Just from those comments. That fucking blows though. Yeah. And they pushed her graduation date back an entire month just to get rid of her. That's insane. That's nuts. Yikes. English Twitter account, first hollow on Twitch, first hollow on Reddit. Yep. She was apparently also a mod in the Hollow Live Reddit page. But then they took it away from her, which is interesting. Yeah. That also reminds me, when was the last time Hollow Live had a debut? Wasn't it the last generation of guys? Especially the English ones. I'm talking about the English ones. Because I probably miss like Japanese ones all the time. Advent? Really? Hold on. Is that right? Debuts. Production history, maybe? Go to most recent. God damn it, you guys. Oh no, it was Flow Glow. No, it was Flow Glow. Wait. Wait, Chloe's graduating too? Shit, I didn't know that. I didn't know the killer whale was graduating. She's graduating at the end of this month. And then, so yeah, they had Flow Glow that released a teaser. Okay, and then they announced the graduation of Chloe. Yeah, one less VTuber. Wait, she'll be an affiliate? Okay, so she's just gonna stop streaming, which means she probably still works for Hollow Live, which I think was the same thing they said for Ame. For taking in the Coco Hachama witch hunts. Surely they sort of had to, because not doing that for something that just whipped up to the public would have been an actual career suicide, worse than what happened to them, but still. It'd be interesting. Maybe. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know enough, and I don't know about anything of like the people that were part of the China branch if they ever like came back. If they do, if they did come back, they're probably on like Billy. Oh, Jesus. Somebody made a fucking flow chart. Oh, this is a nightmare to read. We're just gonna put that away. Yeah, we're just gonna put that away. But let me see here. Here we go. The evidence was dodgy. Yeah, that's probably why somebody was saying before that it was a scapegoat situation. Yeah, Fauna graduated yesterday, apparently. Let's just bury it. All right, guys. Here, this is the company correspondence that says never say the word Taiwan on stream again. I'll be kind of like doing business in China, you know, because it's a big economic giant. It's kind of important for this region of the world. We kind of need it. So we kind of got to do like a little shitty suck up. You have to dehumanize a different country who's been constantly fighting for its own liberation for decades. It's fine. Fine. It's not fine. I've experienced it firsthand since I was and still am in one of their discords. But also no, Taiwan is its own country. I'm saying that now. I'd have to see a lot of money to change that opinion. Actually, I don't think money could change my moral standing on that. Backlash from the whole affair caused Hollow Live to eventually pull out completely. Yep. That was the thing. Is they also said that there was like the China branch was like getting harassed after that. So there's no telling what happened without finding like an article or something on it. Sorry, I'm putting on chapstick. Wait, what? Wait, the one China branch streamer that you were talking about? Aaron saying otherwise. Okay, listen, that is a lot of money. Do y'all know how much $1 billion is? I could blow money for the rest of my life and probably never spend all that money. Chat, chat, would you blame me? Chat, would you blame me when we had like a whole fucking like mocap studio? Would you come on? Would you blame me? Would you come on? $1 billion, yeah. Oh God, it's that fucking I won't compromise my morals for any amount of money. $1 billion. Really? Oh my goodness. Or worse. What's worse? What's worse? I'm confused. Me putting on full mocap gear every day to do a stream for y'all. It'd be kind of funny though. It'd be kind of fun. Listen, that shit would go straight back into streaming. I'd go full Badger. I'd probably go full Badger on it. I know what to do. One is still in the industry, but not as a streamer. Maybe once in a blue moon, the other stayed on Bilibili. Didn't try to push back in the West again, sadly. Makes sense. Especially if you get like straight harassment from somewhere, you'd probably want to like avoid it. Am I seeing... Oh. The only big brain VTuber in the world? Wait, why was that deleted? Oh, because it's less than an hour old. Okay. It's a brand new account. Pineapple Pizza is good. I agree. But I'm sorry about the 1 hour thing. It's just a security thing. Yeah, their account isn't even an hour old. Comes to China still is the day I eat my 3-day unwashed boxer briefs. Ugh. There'd be an obscene amount of money and they probably won't do it for me. I'm not exactly a patriot of any kind, if you will. One groomed her Billy Sims for money and goods was found out and supposedly ran off from China to the US. What? Marinbot just shoots? Listen, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But yeah, it's just 1 hour is like not a lot. I do sometimes feel bad because that's actually the second time somebody's gotten sniped. Granted, the first person that got sniped was kind of a dick. I mean, hustle. No, not when you're scamming it out of people. That's like saying the guys that were in FaZe Clan that made the Save the Kids crypto coin earned that money that they rug pulled and ran away with. Something like $16 million, I think. But info is years old. That makes sense. It'd probably be hard to find them now on Bilibili. I'm curious though. I've never looked at Bilibili. You did this to me. I'm looking at Bilibili. Okay. Oh, wow. Is that a Freerin body pillow? What the fuck? Okay, these are videos. These aren't streams. Hey, yo, that's Jackie Chan Adventures. Okay, this is a stream. Okay, it's just a test, so they're not actually doing anything on it. Chat, do we do a food day at some point where we watch Bilibili videos? We watch Bilibili food videos. That is a child holding a gun. What? Pay me enough and I even let USA people call themselves Americans? You know what? That's fair. Like, I still feel bad for Sylvia and Nukier, specifically because those two were always super clean and innocent. Nukier even got her 3D for graduation. Oh, that's depressing. That's really depressing. There's some interesting videos here. Oh goodness, can't go wrong, right? I mean, right? There's like educating and stuff, right? It's not like if I watch this one video that looks like a guy going into a restaurant, it's gonna turn into anything else, right? That's a League of Legends video. There's a lot of anime stuff on here, like actual anime shows that I recognize and stuff. That's Tom and Jerry. That's Naruto. That's American Dad. That doesn't look safe for work. It's not going to give me a preview when I hover over it. This is an experience if you can even watch without an account. I'm pretty sure you can, because some of these things, when I hover them, it actually plays part of the video. There's a thumbnail here that has Trump and I think the president of, or the old president of India or something. And then I hover it and it's videos of Biden with the president of India. Okay. Another thing I don't fully understand though, so do you know when you watch some like Japanese or Chinese streams and stuff, and like there's words that scroll from like right to left? What are those? Does anybody know what those are? They need your entire info to sign up? That makes sense. That makes sense. I think I remember hearing about that they made it so that like you have to have like a Chinese phone number to sign up. Something like that. Live comments? Maybe? But it shows up in the preview, which is very weird. I mean, technically, when you become an affiliate on Twitch, they need all of your info. So, you know, shrugs. Shrugs. The scrambling? Is that what it's called? Maybe? I mean, that would make sense because of just like the sheer volume of it. That's so weird. That's so weird to my little mind. That's like, but that covers so much stuff as it scrolls past. It's so distracting. Oh God, should I find something like that would let me do that just for like 1 or 2 streams? It shows up with some delay. That makes sense. No, that makes sense. But it looked like some of those were videos though, because they had a timer and they weren't like counting up. And then some I saw said that like had a little flashing camera next to them that I can only guess means that they're live. That's super common. That's what I thought. It's just interesting. It's always been interesting to me because I see it so often in like all of those like various Asian streams or like Japanese game shows and stuff that I'm always like, that's really distracting. Why do they do that? All right, chat. We are an hour and a half in. Do we want to do something? We want to do something else? Unfortunately, I don't have much in terms of chat. I think I'm gonna cave. I think we're gonna play Mibble Ribble. I think it's Mibrid time. Let me... Where is it? Okay. Actually, no, I want my live 3. I like my live 3, please and thank you. Okay. Let me go change this. I'm not joking. I just put Marvel Rebels. Because I am very dumb. Or watch shitty ghost videos. No, I like to save those for Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's like a roguelike 2D. I don't know. I don't know. The game Valhalla has a meme toggle for it too. Wait, meme toggle? What do you mean toggle? Marble rifles. Wait, Gannon, what the fuck? Cannon's being so mean to me. And Green Mountain fan games. Oh wait, that's the Sonic one, isn't it? Right, that's the Sonic one? All right, let me do this really quick, you guys. I need to change the capture. Oh, what the heck? Oh, it's still my mouse. It's still my mouse. Okay. Actually, really quick chat. Really quick. Let me mute the game thing really quick. Do y'all want to see a video I saw on TikTok yesterday? It pertains to the game. It's somewhat relevant. Give me just a second. Okay. And then, hold on, I will find it in just a moment. Shut up. I hate TikTok's new... God damn it. Let me pause earlier. Oh my God. I just found the hero I might main. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Really quick. Really quick. So this is only gonna, I'm not gonna change it. I'm not gonna change the audio. So it's only gonna be in the music side. So you aren't gonna hear the audio in the VOD. Sorry, VOD watchers. This is only gonna be a second. If you want to see it, you can find this video elsewhere, or I'll post it in the side. Actually, I'll do that. That's not the worst idea. That's for, there we go. All right. So somebody's gonna recognize where this song is from, and it's gonna be a little embarrassing. Oh my God, I went down a nostalgia train for this fucking video. But it's so good. It's such a good video. No. No, the whole song has the name of the show in it. And I can probably tell you why y'all don't know it. And I only know it for one reason. Oh my God. Turn it up a little bit more. Okay. That's it. Somebody just took... Bring that all the way back down. No. So the theme, I wish I was joking. The theme is actually from a toddler age TV show that was on Cartoon Network. It was a Marvel cartoon series meant for much younger children. The only reason I know it is because when Toonami would end at night, or like Adult Swim would end at night, this is what it would roll into in the morning. I can find a picture, actually. Hold on. I can find a picture of the superhero squad. Essentially, it was more to sell like toy lines. It was more to sell a toy line for kids. Let me... Okay, I found a picture. Let me do this. There it is. It's behind my head. It's very cartoony looking. Like, this is Galactus in the show. It had a DS game. It was very intended to be for much younger kids, but it had a kick-ass theme, and somebody edited the trailers from Marvel Rivals into it. It's extremely cartoony, and it's, I think to this day, it also has... The whole bit of it was that, like, every episode would have different Marvel heroes to, like, fix problems. But I'm trying to find... Like, here's a screenshot of the show. It looks extremely goofy because they're all like, they all have like toy proportions. They don't show him, but there's actually a character in this show. He was basically like Beast Boy, but he only turned into dinosaurs. And I'm shocked here he is. That's the kid. Apparently he's the common hero in the comic books. Yes, they were marketable toy sized. That's how they made them. But this guy turns into dinosaurs. That was his shtick. That was his shtick. And he's in every single episode, so I'm surprised that he doesn't like show up here. And of course, the Silver Surfer was apparently a primary character in this show. But it was interesting. That's all. That's all I had to say. All right, guys. Let me readjust some volumes here. Okay, I was just making sure I could hear the game because it wasn't working right. What is this? Collaboration, celebration, Marvel Rivals launch, Marvel Snap, Puzzle Quest, and Future Fight? What? Wait a second. Wait, that's a great nameplate. I have no idea who that is. I don't know who that is either. How do you get it? Oh, you just buy it? Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. I could be a tank if you want to. Well, I'm gonna do ranked stuff. We're gonna do ranked. I'm gonna make the same mistake I made last time and go straight into ranked without doing any sort of warm-up match because I'm a moron, okay? I do what I want, okay? It's fine. It's fine, it's whatever. But let me see here real quick. What are the new things? Oh, the lunar stuff already launched. Actually, I think they launched yesterday. Mood Nights. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't familiar with your game, sir. Wait, that's fantastic. Hold on. What's the MVP? Wait, that's cool. Wait, that's cool. I'm not going to get the skin, but I think it's cool. I do want to see Squirrel Girls, though. Okay, that was the very normal intro animation. It makes me think of the old, what's his name? Ao Kwong from Smite. Okay, that's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. I like that. Wait, what is the... What was it trying to tell me here? Is there new costumes besides just the lunar ones? I don't see any, right? Is the Love and Thunder one being on sale? It's the Love... Oh god, the Screaming Goats! The Screaming Goats! Who do you think would fit on more, Neko? You know what this MVP needs? It needs AC/DC. This needs AC/DC. Wait, his is an animated one? Oh man. I want an animated one for one of the characters that I play a lot of. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. All right, chat, are you ready to make a terrible mistake of not warming up before you do ranked games? Because I am. Ah, yes, the immigrant song. Here. Oh, wait, I can't hear them. Oh, that's because I paused the music. I'm still going to give you all the music while we play this game. Oh, Jesus. That was suddenly very loud. That was suddenly very loud. No. Sorry, Grins. And I would do rank with friends that I know I can trust and I've played with before and I can yell at, but not today. We may do community Marvel games at some point at this rate if I'm so hooked on it, because there are new characters I want to learn to play. I want to learn to play Magic. I just wouldn't use it for him. I like his base skin or Mr. Knight better. I do like the Mr. Knight skin. I just wish he didn't have a fucking cape. I hate capes. No capes. No capes. Also, let me know if you need me to adjust the volume for the game or for the music, guys. I can adjust it accordingly. Right now, I have the volume very different for me. I hear the game more than the music, which it actually looks like y'all can too. So, you're down. Had no capes! No capes! Okay, hold on, this is loading. I'm gonna go look for something really quick. 7TV. Emotes. Emotes. No capes. There it is. Yeah. No capes. No capes.
Top-notch team to win this one.
Wind, cloud, and
Oh my god.
hear my
Oh my god, a tank. A tank. We got a first lock-in tank. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Oh, the double cloak and dagger select. And mods join in? Probably. That's what I'm thinking for doing a community of Marble. Marble Ribble. We may do that in a bit. We may do that in a bit. I may only do a little bit of ranked.
Round one, go!
We'll see how tired I get of ranked and how
30
fast.
seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Wait, who's our healers?
makes for strange allies, doesn't
Oh, Jeff. Okay, okay. Jeff and Cloak and Dagger. PC's poopy? That makes sense. That makes sense.
I think it is.
9 months? Oh, wait, what is it? Wait.
3,
That's like the third 9 months we've had in like the last 2 days, isn't it? Oh, they have a storm too. Incredible.
get that vehicle to its destination.
This poor storm doesn't know. Oh, oh, healer, healer. Please help. Please help. Please and thank you. Oh. She's not swapping her stance.
Dr. Strange is gone? How?
spiders? They explode if they get close.
Ow, pain. Oh, Jesus. Stormy! Oh, Jesus. That was my own bad. I shouldn't have gone under the bridge. I should have gone over it. Stormy, welcome in. How was your stream? How was Power Wash Sim? What were you washing? Were you doing the regular game? Were you doing some DLC?
Let's end this quick.
This is fine.
Found one of our targets. Don't drown in the darkness.
It's party time!
Oh, shit.
Have a tailwind.
Dr. Strange,
I feel strong again.
we better test this out. Get that vehicle moving again!
This is fine. This is fine. It's okay. I almost have ult. Ah, Jesus. I have ult. I'll swap to Swarm in just a minute. More than likely.
Now the
Actually, I said Storm. I'm actually going to swap to Black Widow.
I've been around a long time, and I've learned a little too much about how to think. That topped me off. Thanks.
How did that not hit her? How did that not hit her?
Leave them to consume. Born again.
Here we go.
Hold still. I am ready to put on a show!
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
This one's stuck. Nope, 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 nope! Jesus, she really chased my ass down. Storm seems to be very kicked up. Yep. Yes, she is. I didn't know where that Storm was until she used that ult. I thought the Storm had swapped to Black Widow. Oh my god, what is up with this delay? I'm clicking and it's taking a full second to shoot. Oh my god. Okay, fuck this.
Only 60 seconds left.
See, this is why you should warm up. This is why you should warm up, chat. So be it.
Goodbye. You're not going anywhere.
What is... What? I guess it was lightning. I guess it was lightning. I'm not enjoying getting beaten by a storm.
My work here is not. Be right there.
Hold still. I'm
We should not be having this bad of a time. She's not gonna get anybody with that. She has basically no health.
keep fighting until we have a winner. You're halfway there. Keep
But I also have ult now.
Goodbye. You need to teach me that spell steal.
Jesus.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, that's an ally. Oh, thank you. Oh, Jesus.
Feeling stronger already.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
We'll just stick here. We'll just stick here. Okay. I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. How was Power Wash Sim? Pro Stream? Pro Storm? I wish. I'm not that great. I'm getting beaten by this other storm, which is why I swapped.
Feel the wrath.
Oh, hi. Ow, Jesus. Oh wait, I think I was stunned there for a second and I just fell face down to the ground. I guess that was probably something Hulk did. I think when he smashed into me.
I won't make the same mistake.
You've been grinding all day?
Mutant kind.
On the upside, their witch is not that good. Hey guys. Then they leave.
So it begins. Make contact.
God damn it, guys.
That's better.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Only 60 seconds left.
Goodbye. For now. Chaos always prevails.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Okay. She's also like, I didn't realize this till now, but Scarlet Witch actually randomly swaps hands on which she throws her right clicks with. Good Hulk on my team. They are pretty good.
I am ready to put on a show.
Born again.
14 health in a dream, 14 health in a dream, 14 health in a dream.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Under my spell.
Sticking it, sticking it, sticking it, sticking it! Oh, I only got one, that's fine. That got them out of there at least. God damn it. Jesus. I don't know what suddenly popped that Luna up to full health though. That was nuts. Was that, I'm trying to think. She's down. Oh wow, that last second ult.
Only 60 seconds left.
It's not a good idea, Jeff. Jeff?
A disappearance.
Why does he just keeps going back to full health? 20 health in a dream, 20 health in a dream. Nice bubble, nice bubble.
30 seconds.
Why are you taking no damage? You're not gonna get me, dear. There we go. No, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die regardless. I took a chunk from something. I think it was Storm. I think I took an auto from Storm because I was too close to her. Ah, damn it. That was a mess up.
Work here is not. Be right
Oh, they have a Hawkeye up there now.
together all on my own. Their forces outnumber ours.
Oh, we didn't get back on the points.
Current score is
Marble Marble. Yeah, Marble Marble.
0.
Should have grind on me. What the fuck you mean?
Switch things up, including which
He has the
side
shield on his
you're
ult, then when he ults run out, has the shield again, he could do it, right?
The
Yeah.
heroes could make all the difference.
Don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Nah, we'll stick with this. We'll stick with this. This would be a good way to get a little more warmed up. Basically just Diva popping out from Hulk mecha form with the pea shooter. Yep, that is exactly it. But he's really fun, apparently. I've heard a lot of people have been finding... I love the animation for this one. Yeah, it is Freak of the Week.
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
It's just knocking the pot over. Hi, Jeff. Jeff singing.
Be right back.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Okay.
The worst part about white costumes? The blood stains.
Why are those paper windows so fucking strong?
I don't fight to hurt people. I fight to heal them.
Well, when
Okay.
I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal.
I still think this is...
Trust me.
Something tells me I should start. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
We could use the front door, so don't trap it.
It seems we have company.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Ooh, oh no, the lag. Okay, that's fine. Weakest tank along with Thor. I don't like any of the tanks. I'd like to, I guess I should get better at them, but at the same time, like, I have no interest in them, so my, like, motivation to get good at them is just non-existent.
Bye for now.
It's just exceedingly non-existent. Oh, Jesus.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
Jesus, my health. Oh my God. This is our first game. This is our first game, Rollin. I'm getting my shit kicked in, which is a little par for the course with this game. But I think what's pissing me off the most is we're losing to an enemy storm.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
May Khonshu show you mercy.
I'm hurt.
Jesus.
Be right back.
I'm suddenly not getting attack indicators. 2 health in a dream. Oh yeah, Adam Warlock hurts like a fucking truck if he wants to. The thing too that I'm hating right now though is
I won't make the same mistake.
oh, what was it? The I'm brain farting on what I was gonna say.
Leave them to Khonshu.
The Adam Warlock. Cause the reses are really what's like messing us up.
I thought I was holding reality together all on my own. Glad I was wrong.
Glad to help. See that?
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
You are under my spell. Goodbye.
I like the cold.
Oh hi. Oh, I don't have a shift. I don't have a shift. Damn it. I forgot I just double shifted to get there. You can kill him when he's charging it. Oh, I know.
My fate isn't sealed
Better
yet.
stop that vehicle. They've made it.
Another thing too is that a lot of people don't know is Strange's shield can block tons of ults. So if you have Strange's ults, oh shit, Oz. Wait, where are all my sounds? Okay, there they are. I'm gonna die to this. Good shield.
I am ready to put on a show.
Now, a disappearing.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Oh my god.
Strike lightning.
Ready to do some.
That Swarm also has her ult, which is not boding well.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Jesus, guys. Oh, hi. Coming through.
Ah, that's better.
Give me a hug, Adam.
Double KO.
Chaos always prevails.
Admit it. You need me. Glad to help.
We could do
How is that floating up there?
Born again.
Oh, god damn it.
You need to teach me that spell, Stephen.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Now, a disappearing act.
Double KO.
Hi, buddy. Ah, Jesus, this fucking throw. Crosshair perfectly on the T. On the T. How are you doing? Oh, thank you for the gifted subs. Jesus Christ, my man. Oh shit, Sophie got one. I'm coming.
Don't let them go another inch.
Fully blocked a Hella ult with it. Yep, you can do that too. Strange's shield can block a lot of things. It's even better if you're Strange and you fly up to whatever the targets are. Strange is the perfect counter to a lot of ults that people deem ridiculously strong. Jesus, my guy. It's just Strange.
My work here is not done.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Okay.
Point. Now might be a good time to stop them.
You're not going anywhere.
I like the cold.
Make
How did that hit me?
Now, a disappearing act.
Stop it. Healers. Your local Suberian pizzeria. Suberian pizzeria. Ugh.
My work here is not done.
That's game. They're not stopping them. Nobody was on the points.
Final score. 2-3.
Those fucking healers were so good. Fuck. Oh shit, wait, y'all turned to hype train. Uh-oh. I didn't even realize that. I can't believe we lost to the cum gambit. We lost to the fucking cum gambit. Upsetty spaghetti. Upsetty spaghetti indeed. Hi, Horns. Why are you broken? Thank you for doing your season pass, Ember. All right. Again. Again! More! All right. Oh. Enjoy your dark horns. Thank you for swinging in. The L does sting though. That name, it does. It kind of hurts right there next to the heart. Not the heart itself, but next to the heart. Just based on the music here? Hell yeah, Stormy. Hell yeah. Also, the entire enemy team is just the Black Panther skin one or the new Jeff one. Yo, we got a Squirrel Girl person though. Got a Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl fan with the new skin. Also, wait, that Punisher one's terrifying. It's Big Tonto. 5 a.m. Diaz. Anthony is okay. Is Anthony okay? I don't know if Anthony actually is okay, guys.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Alright, what we doing? What we doing? Okay. I wanna go Damblage. I wanna go Damblage. We're helping, so we're pushing first.
Cloud and storm. Hear my command.
Oh. Just, you want 2 tanks? Oh.
a street urchin and regent of the solar system. But
30
I am
seconds before
always
you
a
attack. Get ready.
There we go. Thank you guys for the hype train. Holy shit.
Don't get mad if
I
someone
want
might outright
Melina
your friends
Vantrub to be
stay.
canon Squirrel Girl in the movies. Who?
Wait, you didn't have squirrels on Planet X? That's a bummer. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, there had to be a Hawkeye.
Whatever happened to the world?
There's a Venom sitting up there. Buddy, you okay?
Let's get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, they have a Storm too. Are people realizing how good Storm is now? Or are people playing her for her ult?
We better test this out.
Ow.
Here, Bethel. A boom of life.
Oh, we have a magic. That's Hella. Yeah, that's okay. I couldn't tell who that was. I thought that was Mantis. There's a Hella in the back there. It's a miracle I'm not getting deleted right now. Ow. There it is. There's the Hella realizing that she needs to hit me.
Love to see the Master Weaver. We better test this out.
Okay, yeah, their Storm doesn't know what she's doing.
It hurts. A nice deep freeze.
Apparently neither does their Hella, because this is going way too well in my favor.
Let's do some
Although my accuracy is like way off right now.
enemies better beware.
Oh, let me get out of the line of sight of that Hella.
Just embrace the light.
Okay. How did that not hit anybody?
Feel the wrath!
Somebody just killed her while she channeled. Oh no, she was way back there. Wait. Why did the audio cancel? Successfully exported? Let's go.
A storm is brewing.
I don't think she does stuff like that though.
It is everything. Couldn't stand the weather. Feel the thunder. Any human is good here.
Hi, Venom.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Feel the wrath of the goddess! They couldn't weather the storm.
Double KO.
That's my comrade. Courage, Spider Zero. We will get you to the Weaver.
Ooh. Oh, okay, that was hell to stun.
I'm counting on you, friends.
We just get stronger?
See, if only Storm had like, it was the hit scan ability, but because of the distance that I have to just
Only 60 seconds left.
guess. Oh god, come on, heal, please. Thank you.
I am ready to put on a show.
There we go. I had to get closer to her. I was like, I want that healing.
That hurts.
Oh my god.
Do some damage. Down to 30 seconds.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
I'm GTFOing out of that.
Happy to help.
Hi, Venom. Venom's just gonna go away from you. Oh no, he wants my hams. He wants my hams.
Don't move
Alright.
that. Still gotta move that.
This is fine.
Not gonna lie, that symbiote is scary.
Listen, I want to play Storm more, but sometimes it just feels bad when I keep getting like
We don't look friendly.
picked out of the sky. But now I can go bully the Storm, which is fun.
Life and destiny hang in the balance.
Hopefully, we still exist.
Start start breaking some things here. I really don't want to engage.
You're not going anywhere.
Oh, she has a smidgen of health. I didn't realize the Dark Child was jumping on me. I thought she was going for the enemy team, and I was hoping that I would be able to just sneak in and get both Storm and the healer.
Fate isn't sealed yet.
That's unfortunate.
A disappearing act.
All right. Hunnam's been playing comp. Ooh, sorry.
Goodbye.
Hi, guys.
Double KO.
Hi, Magic.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Well, who's next?
Only 60 seconds left.
Hi, Storm. She's nice squad. Thank you. See, listen, it just takes a little bit to get warmed up.
Almost there.
I played me and Penny Parker. No, I'm doing this by myself right now.
Now, a disappearing
Sticking it? Nope, I'm not gonna make it because Venom's fucking. I had to go under the gate.
Towering up.
Shit happens. Shit happens. Hi, Brokey.
30 seconds.
My work here is not done.
I wanted to get behind him.
Now, a disappearing act. And so
Get that vehicle moving again.
Okay. Sorry about the ad break, guys.
Final 10 seconds.
goodbye.
They name you Disappear Mode. I am ready to put on a show. We'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
Jesus. Ah. I only got a smidgen of health. My shift bar's sticking. I cleaned out my keyboard, deep cleaned it, like 2 weeks ago.
0.
Baby follower. 11 months is still pretty good.
Switch things up.
That was a terrible round. We're about to get fucking smashed. Oh, God.
All the difference.
You don't have to be
Wind, cloud, and
Also, why did we get this
Hear
map
my
2 times in a row? Is this ranked? This is ranked. Yeah, I'm playing ranked. But, the thing is, I want to play more Storm. I know, I hate this map too. This map's a massive bother because it feels like this being the spawn point at the beginning of the match is fucking stupid. It's ridiculous. This is way too far back. This is 2 units back.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
That just means if the enemy team gets 1 wipe, then they can push all the way through the first checkpoint for free.
Cataclysm makes for strange allies, doesn't it?
It has a way of stripping away our assumptions.
Cataclysm.
That's not what I
Oh,
mean.
she's talking to Magneto. Okay.
I think it is.
Trying to get plat tonight. Ooh, no, I'm only in
Battle
silver.
starts in 5,
I'm only in silver.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Enemy in front of us. Any healing is good healing.
Ow.
You need to stop that vehicle.
I even try staying near the ground so the healers can get better healing in on me.
Stop that vehicle.
But I'd like to just get rid of their fucking storm. But I struggle to hit her right now.
Storm clouds gather. Let's end this quick.
But at least I'm also the fastest person that can get back on the team. But see, like, she feels like she's so much faster than me.
Enemy in front of us.
can't hit shit, my guy. What the? Change, damn it. I'm clicking confirm. Fucking click.
I may be powered by chaos, but I'm trying to bring a bit of order to
They hit a checkpoint.
I'm jealous. I want the bands. Yeah, do you get you get bands at gold, I think, don't you? Who's she trying to? Well, she's getting people, which kind of sucks. What is the fucking
Better stop that vehicle.
diamond after plat? No, it's not that high because I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Kai's been getting bans and Kai's been plat. It's okay. My superstition was right. The thing is, we don't have.
goodbye.
I did not hear the sound effect for Dark Child going off.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
You're not going anywhere.
Us against the world.
Oh, hi. Okay, my superstition was right. I don't think the heart attack went through. What?
Yet.
It's usually pretty quick, so you may have missed it. I probably missed it too because of all the current sounds going around.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Be right there.
Nobody's on it. They got this. I fucking hit that balloon. Are you serious? Jesus, I'm fucking trash. Oh my god. Ugh.
Well, you can't expect to win them
Jesus
all.
fucking Christ. It did go through? It didn't look like it went through. I didn't see it heading towards them where I was aiming. Well, now I feel bad. Now I'm salty. I'm really fucking salty. Learned that that's one way to spell Dark Child. In the comics, it's a bit of dominatrix and has a thing for Nightcrawler. That makes sense. That makes sense because I think Nightcrawler technically teleports through Limbo, like in a similar way, like how Magic teleports through portals through Limbo. Instead, Nightcrawler poofs into Limbo and then poofs elsewhere, right? I think. On the 9th? Ooh. Wait, was it confirmed for the 9th? I heard people were speculating that the Fantastic Four were coming out on the 9th. But good job on going through? No, I don't think it was. I was shooting an ability and I think it got stopped by the balloon that I was trying to pass by. Because I didn't see it go past the balloon. That's when the first. Yeah. I don't know. It's the 10th, isn't it? I thought it was the 10th was when the first season starts. The 6th is the trailer. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Mango Chomper, Nubian Desert. Is that a Chinese character that has the Psylocke picture there?
The right heroes could make
Oh my god,
all the
a different
difference.
map. I'm waiting on other people to pick.
Life energy is a powerful weapon.
Wait, what is going on? Is there really... Are people really playing Storm now? What happened? Why are people playing Storm now? I miss being one of the only people that played Storm. Is one of the types of people to say Mr. Sinister is her slave? Well, yeah, because she's the queen of
Coming in 30 seconds.
Limbo.
Stay strong.
Or Hell, whichever. I don't know the difference because sometimes it's swapped interchangeably every time I go read something.
Energy as the weather.
I tried to contain it,
I think I need to change some settings after this match.
Yes.
I want to try to, I think I'm going to rework some graphic settings and try to,
there's nothing
I'm going to have to do the shenanigans to maximize frame rates.
The battle starts in 5.
I don't like flying characters mostly. Yeah, I usually bully the shit out of them. And but I like Storm. I like Storm as a character.
Securing the mission area.
Oh, that reminds me. Oh, shit. That's another thing I meant to change. I need to change the setting on Mantis to make the,
Barely wounded.
There they are.
Here, have an Inspire. Fuck you, Adam. Is that an out? Oh, that was him dying. Oh, Jesus. Maybe my main or Ultron for flying. Oh god, I don't even think of new team-ups coming with new heroes. Yeah, apparently, what's his name? The Human Torch is getting a team-up with Storm, which is going to be interesting. The weird thing is, though, if
Stay away from the nest.
if the Human Torch is essentially going to be...
We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Oh my god.
I like the cold.
my wings blow hard.
Stop that vehicle.
Oh my god. I have... Okay, my leaves are recharging fast. I thought that Strange was about to ult, I'm not gonna lie. Guys. Here's the nest.
This is real firepower.
We are undefeatable.
This is fine. This is fine. Oh, Jesus. It's just sometimes a little hard to get heals on the person you want as Mantis, especially when everybody's in a clump.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Excuse me, I got places to be.
It's party time.
Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god. It kept healing the wrong person. Ow. My buns. Hi, Hella. Let's do this. Let's do this.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, Christ. I swear, it feels like sometimes compared to like how Overwatch's spawn areas were. Yeah, I don't want to go up there.
Still a chance to stop them. Powering up.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Fuck.
My time to shine. Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Us against the world. We are undefeatable. My time to shine. Strong together. Just look at this face.
Oh my god. Oh my god, the lag.
Deep freeze. I'm still warming up.
Oh, I couldn't fucking right click fast enough. Also made a post of what skins people want on Twitter. I saw Bucky Winter Soldier was almost #1, so I hope they add that. Really? They want the Winter Soldier from the movie, I'm guessing, right?
My time to shine.
Right? That's probably what they want.
I'm hurt.
It's fine to deal with that fucking Punisher. He's gonna set up there and just get to wail.
I was worried.
There he is. There's his setup. God damn it, I looked away for a second.
Usually I love spiders, but destroy this nest.
I swear, my audio is getting more and more selective by the second. Oh, God damn it. Oh my God. We have a Hella.
I wasn't sure we'd get this chance again.
We have a Hella. This Hella should be taking care of Punisher super easily.
Score is 0.
Mr. Rest and Rail, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Time to switch things up.
More
including
villains.
side drama.
I know we're getting Ultron.
We are Cloak and Dagger. We are hope and fear.
I'm
Top-notch team
pretty
together.
sure, if I remember correctly, we're gonna be getting Hitmonkey. The Hitmonkey is probably not really a villain. I don't think there's any other villain that I remember being in the roster. I think everybody else is a hero. Deadpool, Blade.
Round 2. We had powers.
All right, he's gonna portal in apparently.
Bond is unbreakable.
Also, if anybody doesn't know, there's an achievement. Hey, emotion. Apparently, there's an achievement you can get by spraying this.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Just in case somebody didn't know that, there's a little achievement that adds into like one of the achievement counters, so you can get like skins and stuff. So in case you haven't done that, right there, that's the codex. That globby little thing. Back from hibernation. Any of the Sinister Six would be cool. I want Green Goblin. I'm gonna be obsessed with Green Goblin,
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
just so that I could do the finally giving me enough time to kill the Spider-Man.
Securing the mission area is your
That's an
top
enemies.
priority.
That's an enemies. Can I go around it? I'd like to go around it.
Sorry I'm late. Had to buy a company.
Perhaps I should be grateful.
Iron Man all the way over there. Wait, why'd you put it so far in front of everyone? Hella, you gotta get people. Hella, you gotta get people. I'm begging. Ow, help. Help. Ah, that was the enemy Hella. I was like, good job, Hella. Seeing the double. It wasn't our Hella.
Just keep going.
Good fucking lord. Chomper, come on. I thought your name was funny. Is this what happens when you play on the weekends?
Thanks. Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Oh my god. That's 3 games in a row that have just been fucking terrible. No.
Thanks so much. Stay away from the nest. That one hurts.
That is a lot of mines. Oh, I fucked up that dome. Oh, couldn't right click fast enough again. God damn it.
We are
I don't want to play this game anymore.
my time to shine.
Lights out. Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Oh, why didn't I float? I can't reach. Christ. I think no, we had the guy was playing Iron Man a second ago.
Why would I need you?
She's up above.
Only 60 seconds left. My time to shine. Everybody needs a hand sometimes.
Okay.
Just embrace the light.
These mines are a fucking nightmare.
No, that spider nest has got to go. Down to 30 seconds. It's spider time!
They're coming up ahead.
I don't have much else I can do. I don't have much else I can do. I can't fucking keep them all alive as Cloak and Dagger. And nobody's getting fucking picks.
10 seconds.
Oh my god. We have two characters, two DPS right now that are built to get like just nail people. Oh my god. Well, he did something. Ow. Except he jumped off the point!
Score 0. 3.
Oh my god.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Is that ours? No, it's theirs. Okay. Yeah, then they had a Hella that just got to do whatever she wanted. Okay, hold on real quick. Let me... Settings. Display. Limit it there. Change this to performance. The thing is, I think my monitor can't, I don't know if my monitor can do that. So it would limit it to the other thing first, but I'm going to leave it as is right now. Do I want sharpening? I probably do, but I need to do this. Okay. DPS and solo comp queues can be real hit or miss, quite literally. Oh yeah, that's exactly what it's like, but it sucks to have 3 of those games in a row. Confirm. Who the fuck has friended me? Oh, it's Sin. Yeah, sure. I'm at -8. What? I didn't know you could go negative. Oh my god, this sucks. I better win this next match. Hella's DPS, Venom is the tank, Jeff and Ultron is my specialist. I recommend getting a second DPS because apparently in upper ranked, Hella is banned almost every match. Oh wait, I kind of like that banner for that magic. Goodness, on the enemy team.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Hey, Thor map. Yes, I am. Milk shots, are you? Nah, you can, apparently you can go into negative. Is the only one banned. That's funny. Oh my god, I get to go DPS.
Wind and storm, hear my command.
We're in the same rank? I know. I know. I think I'll take Moon Knight then. Moon Knight's not bad. Moon Knight's a good AoE damage dealer. Especially, it's always surprising how much damage he can deal when people clump up too much because you get those sweet, sweet bounces.
The world is a little girl like I once was. I fight for her.
30 seconds.
Yes, Loki, whatever you say, Loki.
Ready?
Also, I realized earlier today, do y'all remember the alpha skins? The skins that were in the alpha, like President Loki, Cowboy Rocket. What else was there? The steampunk Iron Man.
Can you save yourselves?
I think Grey Hulk's still in it, isn't he? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Spider. Oh, I want Spider Punk.
Starts in 5, 4,
Uh,
3, 2,
That's our guy.
1.
Fuck.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Hi, Thor. What are you doing?
Strange has opened a portal.
Really? Okay, he's back. I think he just DC'd momentarily. Somebody was up there. Oh, is our first Iron Fist tonight, actually.
Fullest powers of hell.
I'm going after them.
At least I'm getting heals. Hi, Iron Fist. Oh my god, I can't turn fast enough because I don't have enough mouse space. I have to turn like half a direction, pick up my mouse, and then turn again, which is really embarrassing. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Good sleep? It's weird that it pulled me to the side like that, though. Okay, I don't think there's Psylocke. I just saw him. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh, that was the song. I was like, why did I just hear a whistle?
The fullest powers of hell.
Such newfound.
There she is.
Keep going.
Her Strange really likes flying around.
We are undefeatable.
Slightly late on that one.
Us against the world.
Oh. She stayed in the back, just poking people with her autos until she got enough for an ult. That's fucking hilarious.
Storm clouds gather.
All right, let's go back. That was half what I expected when I saw her like back there. I was like, she has her ult. She has her ult.
My good deed for the day.
That's our Hella.
Now I
That Strange was flying, but did not try to go block it with his shield. I think his name's Superman.
We will arrest the fullest power.
There we go.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Listen, it just takes a little bit, okay?
I just got more dangerous.
Wait, this feels a lot better. What the fuck? Ah, smidgen of health, smidgen of health. Ow, body pain. Ouch.
Now I am
Thank you for the healing.
dangerous.
Enemy in front of us.
Poor guy.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Arrest Loki's capital for Asgard.
By the eye of Agamotto.
More dangerous.
Somebody's behind me. What else? I heard the knives. Good lord.
We are undefeatable.
Oh my god, damn it!
Gather around.
Here we go. She used that ult at the perfect time to avoid my fucking shots. Okay. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. God bless these healers, man. God bless these healers. Doing God's work over here. Thing is, too, is I don't want to go too high with Hella here.
Beware, enemies.
Ow, pain. Oh, come on. Oh, that was strange. Oh, there's Rocket. I was like, where's Rocket? Bald, no hair, have an ass baby. What the fuck, Ganon? For the new Superman, not fresh breath. Oh, gotcha. The, I forget, is it two different actors that are playing Superman and Clark Kent? Or did they just bill it that way as like a goofy thing? I forget.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Oh, darn it. I had to come the long way. Oh, hi.
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Hi, guys. Fuck you, Psylocke.
We are undefeated.
I've chosen you're the shit stick. I'm gonna stay on the objective.
The world tree's life is in the balance. Happy to help.
Now she's focusing me. Help! Okay. I don't know. It's got crypto go. That makes sense. It's very different hairstyles. Okay. I mean, it just proves the point of how like Clark Kent is actually able to hide.
Speed is everything.
Ooh, that felt like a weird like rubber band there for a second. Ooh, a Scarlet Witch. Okay. Just say that's another thing though. With if you hear all those, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, that got me. With all of Storm's abilities, they all pierce. Oh, they got a venom now. Ow. Ow, pain, Peko. Yeah, that's because they have good AoE healers.
The wind will only
And Storm is best at kind of like, she doesn't do crazy burst from far away. You have to be close to Storm, which is very odd for a flying character. Storm is ridiculously squishy and absolutely requires being close.
We are undefeatable!
That's her ult. Guys, where'd our Hella ult go? Did she not get anybody? Okay, no, I'm doing worse than the Hella. Barely. Well, am I with 11 assists?
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay, we gotta schmoove. We gotta schmoove. Schmooving and grooving, schmooving and grooving. Oh, that was the enemy one.
my comrades.
Okay, she's down. That's not ours. You can keep shooting me in the face. That's fine. Thanks, thanks, Strange. Never mind. She. Oh, he didn't hold it long enough. That's why. She just waited it out. Annoying. Annoying. I play most of them except for Cloak and Dagger. I don't think that's. I mean. Oh, both the healers are dead. Fuck. Okay, pinks are down. She's gonna ult. Oh, thank God. We got this, we got this, we got this. There we go.
The current score is
Cloak is so good for taking down flyers. Yes, but only in enclosed spaces.
time to switch
Cloak's primary attack is so much shorter than Scarlet Witch's. It's very similar,
Wind.
but its funnel is much smaller and its distance is much shorter, and its damage is lower. It's just fundamentally a worse version of Scarlet Witch's primary. But I think I'm just gonna stick with this for now. I'll swap afterwards. Also, I just realized that's a Lord Mantis. That's a max proficiency Mantis. That's why the healing feels so nice.
round 2.
Oh, you can like rock it.
Fight for every.
Makes sense.
Let's end this quick.
Okay.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Nyom.
Greetings, Captain.
You know, between Wakanda and Krakoa,
A shame we don't have a Thor. If we had a Thor, me and Cap would have a pretty good power boost.
Please, Steve.
Characters themselves don't interest me. That's what I say about tanks. Like, I don't much care for really any of the tanks.
The battle starts in 5.
I really don't.
3.
I really don't.
2, 1.
I'll meet Thor for you then. If you want to come join Mookshot, you're more than welcome to. I can get you in here after this match. I see you, Iron Fist.
Mark this spot.
Hey, buddy. Oh, he wants my ham. Specifically, he wants my ham. Come here, bitch. Oh, fuck that heal. Ow, pain, Pecco. Oh, good revive.
Now I am more dangerous.
Ow, 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 ow. Oh, lightning didn't get him on the last one. Shit. We're gonna do something different.
Now a
Okay.
disappearing act.
Have a good night, Stormy. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for sticking around so long. I hope you have a good night. Okay. I want to learn Rocket. Again, Rocket is like, I like the healers, but Rocket doesn't interest me.
Goodbye for now.
Ooh, that was weird. Oh, okay. I was about to say that looks like a rubber banding. And it was. It was a rubber banding.
Chaos control. Separated halfway. Stop them.
That's very weird. I'm also not. Oh, I looked away. I looked at OBS. That's my bad. Is it? It feels like it's rubber banding.
It's spider time! Chaos control.
Die, damn it. Oh my god. Come here, Jeff. I'm not gonna ult just because I have 16 health. Oh my fucking... Those healers have got to go down. They have to go down.
They hit a checkpoint.
No, he's the healer.
Might be a good time to stop.
He's the healer. Well, no, Milkshots is one of my friends, then.
Be right there.
I need to know somebody before I bring them on stream.
We are undefeatable.
Together to victory!
Be right there. Who will help?
Hell unleashed!
See, is she gonna focus on me? Nope, I'm gonna stick this. Where did they just disappear to? What the fuck was that? Hold on. Okay, that was weird because on my screen it looked like they blinked out of existence for a second. I was like, did the cloak and dagger right click? You know the capture the convoy in Conda? Yeah. The Bastet
Against the world.
Kill that penny, kill that penny, kill that penny. Okay. You got some of them killed, apparently. Oh, hi. I swear this man is... A good Iron Fist is as annoying as it comes.
Stronger already. Chaos control.
Careful, we've got a robot infestation.
You stopped them in their tracks. Be right there.
Hello? Jeff, I was standing right in front of you. I was targeting behind the tank, yeah. It's so this one's pretty decent, so he's really good at keeping his health like topped off. He's really good at it, and it's really annoying. But I think this is going to be a loss.
Be right there. You stopped them in their tracks.
Us against the world.
Friends, gather around. Protective shield. Perfect.
disappearing.
Thing is, I can't risk trying to ult them.
My life force is exposed.
Chaos control.
Chief
It's party time!
Don't sleep me, don't sleep me, don't sleep me. Oh, he came right back to me? God fucking damn it. So I just need to assume that good old what's his name?
Fate isn't sealed yet.
That Iron Fist just has my number. Okay.
By the
No, we don't have a Hela right now, though we have a Squirrel Girl. Which is pretty, it's not a bad backup to keep people distracted. Oh. Oh, ally swallowed me.
Fire box on. Down to 30 seconds. Double KO.
Healers are dead.
That's 3.
Oh, they have 3 healers. I just realized that.
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing. Well, the final 10 seconds.
Just keep him off of it. Just keep him off of it.
Their tracks.
Watching for Iron Fist. Oh, nice. Okay.
Final score 3. 2.
Ain't that good? I wasn't looking at her score. Nah, she apparently did better than me. Apparently. If you count lobbing acorns.
Another epic victory. Big win.
She's the better one.
Hello.
Hey, Shots.
You did it. Okay.
At least
How's
I
it
won
going?
1. I'm no longer in the negative.
Yay!
Okay. I'm gonna pop back to the lobby. I'll send you the invite, but I need to run to the bathroom. So you have volunteered to entertain chat. Is effectively what
Oh
you have done.
no! Okay.
It's okay. I'll also
Hello.
give them their iPad.
Okay, cool. Can we put on Jetpack Joyride?
No, they got to play words on stream because they perfected the last level, so now they have to do level 6.
Okay, okay.
All right. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I just need to run to the bathroom. It shouldn't take more than 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay, okay. Release your water. Oh, I regret saying that.
You should.
Yeah, gotta be a bunch of. Hey, it says ketchup. How'd you misspell ketchup? Fuck. Oh, but wait. There's words in here besides ketchup. Chup. Is chup a word? Chup. What about catch? What about fuck? You guys taking all the words? I totally knew those words. You. Oh hey, catch is a word. Fuck. Wait, what? I was wait. Yeah. Wait, is tech not a word? This is bullshit. My brain is hurting now. Maybe I need to get a dictionary.
Okie dokie.
Oh,
What'd you do?
nothing. You sure speed ran that urination.
No, the bathroom's right next to me.
Wow.
It's
Just say
around
you
the
have a
corner,
gamer
but
bottle.
it's attached to the same room.
I know when someone's using a Gatorade bottle.
No, I am not that disgusting.
Okay. I'm sorry I offended you.
How dare?
Yeah. I bet it's even fruit punch flavor.
No, I couldn't tell you the last time I had a Gatorade. It's like my energy drink of choice.
It's not an energy drink, it's an electrolyte beverage to refill your electrolytes.
I had a couple of weeks ago. I had like one of those Pedialites. It was kiwi flavor and it was delicious.
Yeah, I heard they're good. I haven't had one though. I'm a fan of aloe vera drinks, but they are
Oh, I
extremely
fucking
expensive.
love aloe vera drinks.
Yeah, getting that jelly down in your throat is like, oh.
You can usually find them at either Asian supermarkets, or if you go to like a regular supermarket and they have an Asian section, sometimes you can find them there.
Yeah,
All right, you
pretty
good?
yummy. Yeah, I'm good.
Do you have the movie Thor skin?
Yeah, he's pretty awesome.
That's amazing. He's so huge.
Yeah,
It's so
whenever
weird to
he
be
does
like, oh,
his
okay, this must be the
hammer
movie
wind
skin. You
up.
click it, and he's still the same beef wall as the default Thor in this game.
I mean, you can't fuck up the hitboxes. Be like, oh no, what
I still
happened?
wonder if they're gonna release like Jane Foster Thor at some point. If they're gonna make her skin, or if they're gonna like give her different abilities and have her be like a DPS.
There's a lot. There's a lot that Marvel can do with this here. There's so many multiverses. Is it a skin or is it a new character?
You'll need a
They just pick, like in that case, it's the same universe. It's just later in like the timeline is when Jane Foster becomes
yeah.
Thor.
Wind, cloud, and storm.
Wait a second. Did you just spoil Thor: Love and Thunder for me? No.
No, I didn't. I was
Is
gonna
that
say
okay?
Jane Foster Thor is like very, very much like in the comics. It technically is. Love and Thunder is like the first cinematic thing that it's been in.
You spoiled Love and Thunder for me. No!
The lore is actually different between the comic books and that movie, because in the comic books, it was Thor had like gone into like deep, like alone meditation after Mjolnir left him, and instead he just got really depressed and sat in a cave, I think, for a long time while Jane went and became Thor. In this one, it's slightly different. In the movie, it's slightly different.
Are you here to compare lightning?
That's me.
Yeah, he just wasn't in a cave.
Whenever.
Oh, would it?
Hey.
We're playing video games.
I
Although I
love
do
video
sometimes still think
games.
of Beta Ray Bill because that's funny as fuck. There's actually a line in this game, I think it's Spider-Man says it to Thor, that's like, well, yeah, aside from that, what was it? He's like, aside from,
top priority.
no, it wasn't Odin Sleep. Aside from, you know, Jane Foster, that one guy out in space, Captain America that one time, Tony that one time, he like lists off like a bunch of people who have picked up Mjolnir. Oh, I whiffed that one. That was a good
Somebody
portal
ping
on her
something.
part.
Whee.
Hi, Magic. Oh, they have a Spider-Man too? Ow, ow,
God
ow.
damn, they got all the. There's so much shit going on at once.
Happy to help.
Heading to the point.
We better test this out.
Right next to you.
Come on, Jeff, die. I don't think that Jeff wants to die.
He's almost dead. Okay, we got him. I'm trying to get rid of
Oh,
both these
Venom's
clones.
after me.
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Oh, we're gonna need healing.
Whee. Get over here, Magic.
My lightning got her.
What is that person? Is that Spider-Man?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hi, Venom.
I actually find it
Just
quite
a slow crawl
difficult
up the
to hit
wall.
Spider-Man.
Enemy help get that vehicle to its destination.
Hey, there's a portal up here. Whose portal is that?
It's Iron Man.
Hey, Iron Man, how's it going? He just took his time coming in.
Fuck these dudes! Yeah! I
Yeah.
just went in through the
Lokai.
portal. I just went through the portal.
Amazing.
Iron Man comes out, gets like, don't mind if I do. Oh, I just realized he was talking
Come
on
on,
the TV.
guys.
Oh, there's a Spider-Man back there.
Now I am more dangerous.
Oh, hey.
I'm poor. No, not the Spider-Man main being named I'm poor. No,
Hey, it's accurate to lore.
that is accurate with the lore. Until he starts his own company.
What? The cartoon show never lives that long to see that.
You talking about like the old one? Or you talking about the one where he's like much younger? Oh, that got me. Shit.
Yes.
That's okay.
I'm pretty sure I haven't seen a single Spider-Man one where they do that.
Oh no!
He suicided himself. God damn it! I could have recovered.
I could have recovered too.
That's dedication. That's dedication to your
Yeah,
craft.
that's usually you gotta make the call on that one when you're playing
Yeah.
Jeff. Is you look at who you can. If you can spit them out and they can't come back, then yeah, do that.
Is that vehicle moving again?
Whee!
I lift up my command.
Oh look, he just got done in by Hawkeye. Amazing.
Beautiful.
Your arrow cuts through the air.
Ow, pain. Help. Help.
Where the fuck you go?
This mantis drops one hot on you and is just like, okay, that should
The
do.
wind will only blow stronger.
And she's just staring at me. I was looking at her, looking at me. Yes, you can spam it and I'll get a little
Looking.
extra health, please.
Where'd it go? Oh, there you are. Come on, Loki! Get your ass back here, Loki!
Hawkeye just solo Venom? It's possible. He hits like a truck. This Hawkeye is, I'm seeing him in the kill thing up top a lot.
Almost there. Don't turn back.
He's doing a lot of work.
There's a Black Panther here.
Really?
Yeah, he's dead.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint.
Wait, what is that Venom's name?
Need assistance.
Lord Pete. Oh my god, Pete's?
You made me angry.
It's fine. I can say on the objective.
Focus on the battle.
Is very Honto at launch coded? Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. It doesn't take a lot to be good at Hawkeye. Really. And his
Tremble before fast!
It just takes aim.
yeah, it just the thing too is his hitbox is actually much larger than it looks like.
Don't let anything stand you.
Jesus Christ, this Hawkeye on my hand.
Now I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, I'm glad I waited until I
they're
knew
ulting.
her ult was down.
Hey!
By the eye of Agamotto!
You have
fine, that's
Agamotto.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Double KO.
Come on, Venom. Give me those 19 inches. That was not to me.
Nice. I was gonna say, I think he just wants to increase the number of people he hits
Let's get Spider-Zero
because I think that's
Probably.
how he gets.
Ah!
That's how he gets.
Someone hit me.
Yeah, it was Moon Knight. He ricocheted it.
so close. It's a big chance.
There's a Winter Soldier up there. Something smells. What the fuck is that smell?
I lift up my command.
It's the smell of their stink. I'm sorry, that was
Oh, shit.
toxic.
Hit those hands missed. Okay.
Yay! Victory!
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
The current score is
Don't you hate when you play comp and then you lose, and then you go to another comp just to get the same map? Ooh.
time to switch things
That's what
up.
happened in the first match. We got the same map 2 times in a row. We had
I
the
hardly ever
temple
get
one.
Clintar.
Wind, cloud, and storm. Hear my command.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Bonus HP. I already tell him absolutely despise Hawkeye. Yeah. Especially if you play DPS or healer, there will be a lot of moments where you're just like, oh, this is going really well. Why am I dead?
Yeah, nah, you just hit the Hawkeye. You hit him really good and he can't be a problem no more.
Yeah, exactly. Either counter sniper or you have somebody on your team who is just dedicated to like making sure he doesn't get to play the game, like I do when there's an Iron Man in the game.
Yeah.
Fight for her.
Yeah, you need people to backdoor the healers and the DPS.
Do you know the lore behind this whole thing, why this whole thing happened?
This is not
So you know how it's like
Dr.
timelines
Doom.
messed up and stuff, like timeline and multiverse crossover.
Penny Parker. I
Yeah.
am glad to have a local
It's because there were two Dooms doing projects with trying to control time. A Doom
and they
in the
just walk
past
upon
and a
each
Doom
other.
in the future. And they're both pissed at each other, which is so fucking funny.
Oh, so that explains why there's like multiple of us. Each one is like working with a different Doom.
2, 1.
Yes, one of them essentially like thinks that the other is wrong.
Okay.
Like the one in the future thinks that the Doom in the past is a moron and should never have been messing with time.
Arsenal Prime.
Woo.
Just embrace
I'm just trying to destroy that building. Oh no, there's Spider-Man swapped to Thor.
happy to help.
Fuck you, Thor. Fuck you,
Got
Thor.
him.
Fuck you, Thor. Fuck you, Thor.
Oh, with that chain lightning.
I am too good at this.
Oh, hey, don't.
Let me help.
I love it when I get
Wait,
to fuck another
there was
Thor.
a hammer there. Oh, they have a Hela, that's why.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I'm being watched.
Fall back a bit.
To complete the mission.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
It is. It's,
She's no
that's why.
longer
That's why.
alone.
That's why at the beginning of that video I showed y'all earlier, there's like the Doom voice line. That's actually from the game. That wasn't from the superheroes. But also, there's an Ankh here. If I catch one of these things lying around again, I will fucking demolish you. I'm sorry. Somebody edited that into the fucking Oh, what's it called? The whiplash of J.K. Simmons being pissed as shit because somebody like left their folder.
Your arrow.
Jesus, what is happening? Why are they getting? Oh, it's the Hawkeye. Oh, it's all Jesus.
Now I am more.
Sir, give him a chance.
Come
Oh,
on,
I know
Thor.
what that
Come
smell
on.
is. It's the smell of broccoli. Somebody is boiling broccoli.
This is natural.
Mmm. Delicioso?
I like broccoli.
Destroy the armor. This whole
I don't like it boiled.
indestructible.
They may be doing something else with it, but there's something that you do with broccoli that you have to start by boiling it. It could also be roasted.
Maybe in gravy.
This house that Ben really likes roasting. Ow, pain. Send help!
Yeah. There's an Iron Man up there on the top of the building.
I just got killed by Moon Knight.
You can't strike down a spirit.
I'm clear.
Oh, Moon Knight. I'm getting frozen.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally fine. It's also, I think, the radius. Hi, Moon. Oh, I hit the fucking pillar. It's embarrassing.
God damn it, she's ulting.
The God of Thunder!
I don't know who he wanted to hit with that. It's also
He
the
does
thing-
not
the
know how to
thing-
aim it very well.
Lightning strike.
Adam Warlock's gonna res in a second. He's playing. Why is that Iron Man playing like a sniper? Also,
Yeah,
fun
we
fact,
gotta get
did
rid
you
of
know
that Iron
if you're
Man.
playing Captain America, you can reflect his ults. Thank you for the heals.
Yeah.
Don't get that on.
I'm gonna handle these two. Woo! Good job.
Okay. That. Oh, look at him way back there.
Don't come back.
He's got this.
I like smashing rocks.
Your wives love you? My wives! How are my wives doing? Did my wives have a good day? Did they have a good Saturday? Did you eat anything delicious?
Whee!
Now I am
Oh,
fine. We got this.
oh, they got a healer with that one.
Yeah.
Okay, Iron Man's back.
Come on, Hawkeye.
Thank you
Give
for
me
the
a
heals.
kiss.
Spider skating located along.
Oh, I'm dead.
My Moon Knight's gonna get me. Oh, that was a good heal.
If they get that minute extension, it might be.
One healer down.
How are they still struggling to get the point? I am genuinely in shock.
Wait, he got me? Wait, no, it wasn't him. It was. Oh, Strange was under me. I couldn't see him. Getting that party vibes on. Let's go. Let's go. Saturday night sipping. Saturday night sipping.
Storm is rising again.
Oh, man.
Oh, she's ulting again. Oh no.
Oh, what the fuck? Who gave him that heal? Fine. I'll do it myself.
We're taking turns on the point.
I fucking... Hello? Momo! DC versus Marvel? I am Batman. I am Batman. I'm Batman. It's fine. Oh shit, they got it. They got it at 1 second overtime. That's okay. That's okay. They only have 2 minutes.
Vehicle in its tracks.
They're starting to get cocky. I can feel it.
How you doing up there, Hulk? Good sleep. That was a good chain lightning. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't capitalize on that penny's route. Never mind. Works for me.
Your greatest hit, Luna.
Does anybody know off the top of their head? Because I don't know what Adam's cooldowns are like. Does Adam just get 1 res every life? Or does it have a cooldown?
I don't know.
That's gonna get me. Yep.
I am ready.
Needed that boost.
I'm approaching.
2 or 3 minute cooldown? Okay, okay, okay. How your match is going? Not good. I am currently like, what is it? We're like 1 in 5
Only 60 seconds.
in terms of today's matches. 1 victory, 5 losses.
You'll be fine.
It took until Milk Shots got here for us to start winning.
No, you won before I got here. Owie. Come on, Hulky.
This is gonna hurt.
Whee! Stop
Hi,
it,
man.
Warlock. Stop healing.
Got
Yeah, that's
him.
not working.
I'm about to die to Moon Knight though. Please help.
10 seconds.
The final 10 seconds. Man, turns out 2 minutes.
It's a long time.
Yeah.
He's teleporting somewhere. I don't know where.
He's over here in the front.
Here is an enemy.
Okay. Works for me.
3, 2, 1.
Yay! That was a horrible portal. I don't know what he was planning.
Storm's alt or Storm's ult? But also, I hope y'all had a good stream. Welcome in, Raiders. Let me see. I missed it. What were you doing? What were you doing, Momo? I'm sorry. I got really focused
Maybe
on
they
the
mean
game for
their
a
alt
second.
skin. Ugh.
Yeah. Storm's ult's really good. Batman Arkham? Ooh. Wait, which one? Is there multiple Arkhams?
God
Arkham
damn,
Knight.
50
Or
assists.
is Arkham Knight the only one?
Holy shit.
Yeah, that's the thing with her. If anybody's in her radius and gets the damage buff or the movement speed buff and gets a kill, it counts for an assist for her.
Amazing.
That's why I have like the same amount of assists as the supports.
Truly,
That damn blitz.
truly the most murderous of all.
No, not the highlight. Tater tot. Oh god. But I hope you had a good stream, Momo. I hope you enjoyed Arkham Asylum. Pew pew.
Misclicking onto the highlight is so fucking easy.
I wish they made the box for it, the click box for it, a little smaller.
Yeah. Like not directly above the thumbs up button.
Yeah. right,
Except
you
it
good for the
doesn't
next
with
round?
you. I guess because you're floating. Yeah.
Hiya! Yeah, it just takes finding a dedicated tank player for me to start rising in the ranks.
So yeah, sometimes you need a tank that isn't doo-doo caca. Also, I'm pretty sure that Thor last round was just played Thor for the sake of countering me. He was like, man, this guy's doing pretty good. I'm gonna try it out for.
Sometimes that happens, yeah. I can't tell you how many people I've seen.
Yeah.
It's like, we're getting owned by this character, so I'm gonna play this character.
Yeah, clearly that will lead us to victory. This character I have almost no experience with.
We are cloak and dagger.
I can go healer.
I wish you guys could hear my guitar riff whenever I wind it up.
Person with deadline
just-
rounds always makes things much more fun. Oh.
You gotta swear loyalty to revenge.
We do it for spite. We do it for rage.
That's right.
For spite. Nothing can stop us.
When it gets
I'm not here to rank up. I'm here for revenge.
Hey, it's G baby. Oh my god, it's a gay baby.
Pleasure to see you, my dear.
Wait,
Just to make them seethe. I agree.
You may not be a true mutant, but you
I'm getting owned by this character. That doesn't mean this character's OP. Nah, it just means you may have like a bad response to it. But if you get good at a character, it almost doesn't matter.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I'm peeking. There's a lot of gunshots.
Which is already taking a beating.
Punisher, Hella, Ice Lady.
it must be strangers doing. I am barely wounded.
Oh, there is a portal. Hey guys.
They're portaling.
Yep.
I'll get you next time. A nice deep freeze.
Ew. How pain. Hello,
Ah,
immediately
got the
took up
healer
a
got
post
here.
on top.
I feel like myself again.
People that swap to mirror. Yeah, that's true. I mean, like, getting good at stuff and you know how to respond to it. This is always nice.
My time to
I can't get
shine.
there fast enough. I'm the only person there is magic.
No.
Nope.
They distracted us in the forefront and then portaled behind our
Of
backs.
course they did.
Put on a show.
Of course they did. That's why it's not a good
Hey.
reason to ever really go around the corner. Hi.
I was just peeking. No, the Venom got out. No, he didn't.
Oh, God. This game also always feels like it puts you so far away. We need to group up.
Yeah. Owie. It does put you a good leagues away from walking.
They've made it halfway.
Where's the group up thing?
Better stop that vehicle.
Feeling stronger.
Hold back. Oh, there's the healer.
I suck.
Lights out.
There's still a chance to stop them. Against the world. You're still Thanks so much. Down with you. Hell unleashed. Get this enemy.
Come on. Man, he really ulted just me. Impressive.
My time to shine.
Christ.
Whee.
Now might be a good time.
All right.
Hi, Venom.
Oof. I'ma just say, I don't think things are looking very
She just ulted for the Venom.
cheery.
I am ready to put on a show.
God damn it, she ulted to counteract my ult. Fuck.
Stop letting him chase us back to the point, Luna. Jesus.
Everybody needs a pen sometimes. Or a dagger.
Those people are very overextended right now, I feel.
I like the cold.
You guys need to get over here onto the point.
Yeah. Welcome back from the ad break, guys. Again, sorry I can't pull up the iPad for y'all like usual with these games. I haven't been able to give y'all iPad time
during
like
a
I usually
commercial.
once.
Nah, they'll be fine. Well, come on.
Magic. Line of sight, baby. Line of sight. Oh my god.
Don't heal.
Trying to get you, trying to get you. Back up, back up, back up, back up, back up, back up. Venom's on the point. Venom's on the point. I need help. I need help.
Killed everyone but the Venom. And now the Ice Lady's back. That's not good.
Luna, yeah.
And now someone's Groot.
There. They are.
Yeah.
Time to shine.
I am Asgard's might.
That's better.
That's theirs.
Beautiful job. We definitely
Back
put
up.
our
Oh, no,
fucking
wait, that's the other tank.
yeah.
Stop them in their tracks.
Okay. I have ult too.
I don't.
Burn it all down.
Goodness.
Danger. The Punisher's calling turret is
It's just to kick his ass from behind, the poor guy.
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh god, she's just
Come on, Hella. Come on, Hella. She is discoing.
Oh god damn it.
This is a pretty good push that they're doing.
Where'd my dome go? There it is.
Wake
trying,
me
I'm
up
trying.
before you go. He ulted me.
Oh, you dashed out of my
Damn
line
it.
of sight. No.
I'm sorry. I wanted to I wanted to just try to fuck him in the last second.
Oh, I don't think you dashed. I think you. But that was Groot's, wasn't it? That pulled you forward, pulled you towards the point.
No, I was just I was entangled and the dash happened.
Only 60 seconds left. I like the cold.
Myself again.
You gotta destroy that wall. You can't just stare at it.
Yeah.
Oh, I couldn't keep you up. He's just on the point.
You want the Punisher? Yeah, he just puts his turret down on it. Super funny. Hey, but we're doing pretty fucking great for people who had 5 minutes for the last point.
Judge, jury, executioner.
No, we haven't. Well,
My time to shine.
Oh my god.
The final 10 seconds.
has this Scarlet Witch ulted once?
I don't believe so.
She's apparently tried to, but I don't think
She
she's got
probably
it off
died
at all at
doing
any
it.
point. I have not heard the audio thing one bit.
Chaos.
It's pure chaos.
Hope and fear.
You'll need a top
All right.
team to
Pure chaos. There you go.
Okay. That's like a gold team. I'm not surprised.
Wait, we have 3 DPS and you're the only healer. That makes a lot of sense.
It's not.
What?
I think she was hovering somebody else, hoping somebody would change.
I wouldn't know
Oh.
the real power of the light force.
I think she was hovering to see if hopefully somebody would change, swap around.
Wake me up before you go.
30 seconds
I was one of Venom or Penny if I go Groot. Ooh. Yeah, that makes sense.
You know,
Actual Magneto.
I'm gonna just say that Iron Fist stats aren't too hot.
No, but
Oh.
you should know magnetism, the
We have 2 melees.
Yeah,
materials. Guess what I can do?
Magic and Iron Fist. Yeah, we don't have. The supports are only ranged. I think.
Battle starts in
Magneto. I don't think is very ranged.
3.
No, well, I forget. Does anybody remember to Can Magneto throw stuff?
Securing the mission area is your top priority.
I know he has the great sword. Or he has a sword.
Of all mutants, we
Yeah.
seize this day, and so we shall. It seems we have company. I feel like myself again.
I need a little bit of heal.
Trying to keep you up. Who's way in the back there? Help! Help!
Everybody needs a hand.
This fucking Venom's a nightmare
I believe you.
because he's just this Venom in every round has just been on top of the healers, which he's like I'm saying he's playing it smart. Guys, this is an objective. Why are you so scattered?
I was pinged about a lady. Hella.
Back up under their noses.
My time to shine.
I have a dome here. Oh god, no. Where are you running? Where are you running? Where are you running?
HP. Yay.
What do you mean? Why did you run all the way over there?
HP.
No, I was healing you.
Oh.
You were full health by the time you made it over there.
My time to shine.
I was
Goddamn
gonna
no
die though,
shots.
but I didn't. I was gonna die, and then you started healing me the moment I fleed for the HP.
You just kept running.
Yeah, like, it takes me a second to process things. All right, that's a split second. I'm like,
Hello?
wait a second, what's
You
that
just let
green
me- oh,
noise?
hello.
Thanks.
Whee. Oh, they got their Punisher on turn and everything. Oh,
That's fine. I have
and the
ult.
raccoon is ulting.
Oh, come on. Animation, please. Wanda buffing Magneto's sword? No, not at all. That was not the question. It was, I don't remember if his primary fire is melee or ranged.
Yeah. His sword is pretty good though.
The dragon unleashed!
Oh god, he's not gonna do much. Maybe.
Is the Iron Fist fighting by himself?
No,
No.
where are you guys going? Ugh. These people are chasing kills instead of fucking objective. They just run past the objective and go into the back to try and hit people in that back room. How many times do we have to die and just run back and watch y'all scatter to the wind? Stay on the
Yeah,
objective.
we'll be fine.
Stay on the objective.
Keep an eye on this place.
Whee.
Oh my god.
Destination.
Punisher. Is ranged with a limit unless he uses the wand to team up cooldown to make a super melee. Ah, gotcha.
I seem to be
My time to shine. Let me
Up. Down. Oop.
Venom, get the fuck off of me. Enjoy, Sin.
Is the cloak and dagger is like pocket healing him, which is fantastic.
seems we have company.
It's the grand finale. It's
Oh my god, all the fucking mines.
this statue is sacred.
Oh my god. It's like fucking.
Darkness enshrouds me. They are definitely giving us a harder time than they gave us. I mean, that we
Well,
gave
we
them.
still have 2 fucking melees and neither of them are changing.
Yeah.
Punisher's got a cannon now?
No, suffer. God, it'd be absolutely fantastic if y'all remember this was a fucking objective!
God damn it, the healer lady's being mean to me.
Adorable cat statue for King T'Challa. Only 60 seconds left. Against the world.
Damn it!
That one hurts. My time to shine. I suck.
Yeah, the Iron Fist is very overextended. Take cover on the shield thing. Oh, hey, the Venom.
Like, we don't have anybody that can. Oh, what the hell? Why did it act like I got hit from behind when Hella was right in front of me?
Owie.
Still here. Don't you put me out.
Oh my god, it's playing Iron Man right now.
Oh, yeah, it was the Hella.
Jury, executioner.
Is it the Iron Fist?
No. The song Iron Man by Black Sabbath
Oh.
is playing.
I am the Iron Man. I am the Iron Man. Well,
Yes, Hiroki. What can I do for you?
Final score. 1, 2, 3.
man,
I want to be him so bad.
BM. I'll be what? Be toxic?
Lil Pickle
Oh.
Peas.
Yeah, the Jay Ryland really left the point a lot.
Fucking Jay Ryland and Crow both were they were chasing those kills.
Yeah. Actually, I never saw the magic on our side.
But that's because she was
What the
always
fuck were
diving
they
in the
doing?
back. She was diving in the back and either dying or successfully killing them, and then they would come back so fast that it didn't matter.
Apparently, Magneto also wasn't on point, which also makes sense sometimes.
Magneto was trying his best
Uh-uh.
half the time, but
Yeah.
there was the points that I could see his silhouette and I could see him go way down the little hill from the objective. I was like, "Where are you going?"
Yeah. People chasing kills from people that spawn is a very foolish thing to do on this map because, you know, the further you chase people down,
Your hero.
the more likely you're going to encounter more people spawning in.
It's also just in general, it's more beneficial to be on any point because this entire game is fucking like objective focused. There's not a death match in this game.
The only time I'd say otherwise is on the King of the Hill games where you can bottleneck people in a worse situation than on the arena.
You can, but that's usually on your side. Once you have the objective, you want to hold that objective. So you don't need to try to bottleneck push them out.
When you have been
There's a deathmatch mode? There is?
having power means something.
Yeah,
play
there is
that
a
then.
deathmatch.
Before you attack, get ready.
If you want to
It's
play
called
ranked mode like
arcade
it's
mode.
team deathmatch, then go play the deathmatch mode instead.
He is saving Asgard.
Loki
Yeah, that's I try my best to keep myself alive as a healer all the time, which is why I like playing Mantis and Cloak and Dagger.
It matters not.
But it's a fucking nightmare.
Be mine in the end.
Oh my god, we got a hella.
Battle starts in 5, 4.
Yeah, but usually I second guess Hellas whenever they're using the default skin.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
It's so true.
Got it? Sometimes empathy is a heavy
What's that? You can't even afford a $20 skin. Get out of my sight.
No, there's a free one. There's the Battle Pass one. It's free.
I know there's a free one. I know there's a free one. I'm just making a joke. Hey, look, it's Iron Man.
Yes, it is.
A timely boost.
They do have a Hawkeye too, by the way.
looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Beware, enemies.
Whoa! Damn, that Iron Man sidestepped the fuck out of me.
Ready to do some damage.
Get over here, you
Guessing I
shark
healed
fuck!
this Mantis because goddamn.
We must waken the sharkin.
The shark.
Tell the shark to go to bed. Yeah.
It's past his bedtime.
You see, he's wearing his pajamas. Of course, it's past his bedtime. Go nighty night.
endangered by
My
this.
winds blow harder.
I never realized.
Dick
fucking
beater,
Storm's
where are you
melee was like a
going?
lightning claw. That's sick.
Yeah. We got Dick Beater trying to be creative here.
I was gonna say we can also break this bridge here and get a line of sight for ourselves.
Happy to help. Chain lightning.
I apparently got Banner. I don't know how. Hi, Iron Man.
Easy. Woo, that nearly killed me. Die, puppy!
His name's Puppy Chow.
Puppy
Also, one of the things I always do is
Shark
anytime
bait.
that wall spawns in, I get rid of that shit. They're not allowed to have cover.
No, okay.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Because part of this game that like
Hey,
makes
that
them,
Iron Man's being mean.
I think, far better than Overwatch is its destructible environment. So figuring out where to keep them from having
Yeah.
cover is always a good idea.
Powers of hell.
Woo!
I will always
Spoing! Sorry, Thor.
A nice
Oh, hi, Spider-Man.
I'm wounded.
Oh, they stunned me right after my ult. No.
Hi, guys. Is this all your squishies? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is all their squishies. Thanks for noticing.
Hi. I'm just gonna leave. Excuse me. I'm gonna take your healing.
Like a big bag of marshmallows.
Powerful yet.
We are
She just
undefeatable.
jumps out and ults. Nobody else there with her.
Enemies better beware.
Uh-oh. Spider-Man incoming.
Get
Watch out.
over here, puppy chow.
Spider-Man in the back. He's
Oh,
dead.
did the puppy chow suicide?
No, there's no place for him to suicide on this map. All he
Oh,
can do
I
is
thought
pull
there
people
was
off of
a
it.
edge right there. Whee!
Yeah, it's the other ones you have to worry about a Jeff on.
Mutants must protect mutants, but also all of humanity.
That Jeff is trying to pocket heal the Hulk.
I don't know if Jeff's a really good pocket healer.
Probably not.
I think like a Luna or a Cloak and Dagger is a decent pocket healer for one person. Jeff is more of a... He's kind of AoE. It's hard. He doesn't
Spray
have
and
like...
pray.
He doesn't have the best like one person healing. He has good all around healing. My name's Jeff.
Spray and pray, heal. Bottle Jeff.
The battle starts in 5,
Conga, conga, conga.
3,
Ba, 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 ba,
2,
ba, ba.
1. All you need to do is capture the
Onward.
Got it?
Dr. Doom told
I like that. I think what's funny is I think two of the fastest like on ground characters are
Yeah.
ow, 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 pain, help. Hawkeye, seriously, my guy.
Woo! Friends, gather around. Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
One healer's down.
Hawkeye.
This is gonna hurt. Nope, I lived. I have no idea where that pulse
I
went.
took his maximum pulse. I literally dashed into him while he was doing it, and I took it all.
No, guys, help! Iron Man.
Although apparently I was his only target, so yeah.
If I was playing as somebody else that had more hit, I would be bullying the shit out of that Iron Man.
This storm never
But-
truly ends.
Yeah.
Because they don't have like hit scan or
I
anything.
can.
I'm trying
I
my
can
best
bully
to like
Iron
bully
Man.
him a little bit, but it's a little harder.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
when I play Black Widow or something, I usually just fucking pick them out of the sky because they're both big and flying.
Our enemies are near. I wish you had always been.
Now I am
Okay.
more dangerous.
Hello. Ow. Thanks, Hawkeye.
Happy to help.
Yeah. I'm a head back now.
Be helpful. You captured more than
Can you use some healing?
mission area. Keep
Thank you.
going.
I had to stop. I had to stop in front of the Luna.
Man,
Punisher.
they destroyed as much of the
He's gonna
building
get
as
the turret.
possible to hit us from over there.
There you go. Good job.
Friends.
Thank you.
Oh, it was Black Widow. That's why the bullet trail was red. So they have a Scarlet Witch and a Black Widow right now. Careful, guys.
Here, pay attention. A timely boost.
Trying to get rid of that wall.
Whee! I can just immediately leap over that wall. That's awesome.
Now I am more dangerous.
Ow! They tried to
Ow.
snipe me. Well, I mean they did, but I didn't die.
Shanti's power.
I do have my ult.
Midgard has a worthy
These poor guys. This is skill-based matchmaking in a nutshell. We get our shit rocked for a few matches, we dump really far down. Next match, we'll get our shit rocked again.
Yeah. Yeah. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
But that's easy pickings for Moon Knight. Yep. Moon Knight is shockingly good in a lot of situations.
The moon. I mean, yeah, when there's a lot of corners, he's really nice.
That's just that dude's actual name. Sir, are you okay?
Where?
Yeah, I didn't do
I'm
nearly
so
as much
close to
damage
gold.
because I stayed on the fucking objective and just hugged it.
Hugging is better than no hugging.
Loki cleanses
Man.
his forte.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I was like, wait, who's forte? I was like, oh yeah, Moon Knight's. Because then you just get to bounce shit
Damn.
off Loki's clones. It's like, yes, Loki, set me up a perfect little pavilion to bounce shit all over you.
Oh.
What'd you say?
No, not that. I just went, oh. Top MVP Aster, man. What the fuck does that mean?
Wait, top MVP?
So no, like some certain person in the chat said team team MVP or ass my what? Never mind. I can't
I
read
can't
that.
understand it. Did I miss it?
My brain hurt.
Oh, I left before it popped up. No, I'm only silver 2 right now. We're getting close to leveling up. I only need 25 more points, and I can't lean far enough to show it to you.
I'm so close. I'm approaching the sweet sanctity of butter.
Butter. Oh, the gold. You want the sweet, sweet gold?
Yeah. Apparently, you get a skin if you get gold.
Yeah, you get the Moon Knight. You get the black and gold Moon Knight.
The moon.
Also, I wonder if we're gonna get
then after
the
that-
various genders of Loki from the comic books, because like all over the
I
comic
saw a
books,
statue.
Loki like changes his gender all the time.
Yeah, I saw a statue of Lady Loki at like a comic book store I went to. I was like, I can't tell if that's real or not, but I like it either way.
Oh yeah, you don't get it now. You get it at the end of the season, which is in like a week, I think, something like that. It's the 4th, yeah, so a
Your
week.
hero. Or villain. I'm not
I mean, I don't play Moon Knight, so that's not like I'm missing out on much. Besides collector bragging reasons.
Kanye
Hear
incest.
my command.
What? Oh no, Venom. McGrill Pickle. I hope you're good at Iron Fist, McGrill Pickle.
Kanye, you wanna talk about it? Did he just auto lock? I see.
Oh no.
I am a mutant and proud to be one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Okay, he didn't. Oh, he locked in Spider-Man.
Oh, it's the frost skin. That's how you know it's good. Oh hey, Spider-Man. Spider-Man's a lot better for this, I guess.
Yeah, but
That
he
team up.
insta locks it in, and we only had a single healer, so I swapped to healer.
He didn't insta lock. He just
Not insta lock, but he
locked
just
at the last
he's
moment.
like, this is mine. I don't care.
Locked it down, even though we have two already.
1.
Meow.
All you need to do is capture the mission area.
Where are we?
This is the really annoying map.
Oh, I haven't
They
played
have
this
a
map in a
Hulk.
minute.
This is one of my favorite maps to do some destructibility on. Ow, Jesus, Jeff. My buns, sir. All right, go get him, champ.
Man, they're really aggressive right now. Whee!
Jesus. Ow, my fucking buns, dude.
Now,
Ow!
to the mission area.
Fucking the Punisher, our Punisher, just
Life and
lollygagging back there, not
Turreting
dealing nearly enough
from in
damage. I
there.
can't be healed.
Eh.
So I can
So long as
scream,
he
"You're
kills
boring me,
somebody."
Spider-Man!" And then I can finally kill the Spider-Man.
Don't kill the Spider-Man.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Back on the point.
Fuck! Man, they are really defensive about their healer.
Ooh, that was a good stun on her part. I don't know, like, I think that's what bothers me the most about what I'm watching him do. He swings in to get close to the, like, objective, and then he doesn't swing into the fight. I also think he's auto-swinging. So, like, he doesn't know that, like,
Yeah.
so he's just kind of randomly flailing. Oh, Jesus, my health just... Fuck me, I guess.
Yeah, remember that thing you said about the, you know, the randomness of ranked?
Yeah.
Hey, stop being mean to me.
That put a spring in my step?
So like, okay, there you.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ah, she literally ulted just to save the Hulk. Are you seriously?
They've almost got it.
That's game. They just dunks
Yes.
me, really.
We just let them have the arena from the start and they never let go. They never let go of that grip.
Co-op time.
Pulse charge, fire!
Shake it up.
Enemies trouble.
That's better.
Puny
Y'all
mantis.
suck.
Evil is a rejection of life. That's
Dang.
rebellion against evil.
They're fighting.
30 seconds before
I'm
you
fighting.
get ready.
Used for that
Yeah.
is killing Mantis at her ult, but she can't. She was that good. Ah, it's fine.
Suit of armor.
I wonder how it works because I haven't seen the interface for how like that slam. Yeah, he's a huge bullet sponge. But it's I was like, does it just like lock onto somebody nearby?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? You made me angry.
What the hell is that?
3 tanks
He was
now?
Spider-Man. At least Kanye's on our side again. Yay!
Oh, I couldn't get the sleep off so fast. My shift button is so clunky. When I first got
Nice
this keyboard, I
brute
had
ult.
it for like 2 weeks when I fucking spilled soda on it, and no matter how much I clean it, I could not get it to be unclunky. Yeah, 3 tanks, 3 healers, I've heard is actually a high tier level fucking
Yeah.
build, but also
Yeah.
Mission area is yours. We are on our way to victory.
I just wish you, instead of swapping to another tank, you swap to a DPS. Or to a healer, but you know,
Yeah.
his PP is small, so you know. Ow, help!
Sorry, can't chase the group.
Oh, no, I wasn't in the Groot. I was trying to get the Jeff, but then they all swarmed the point.
Control lost.
I didn't get in line of sight fast enough.
Yeah.
Hi.
I mean, things feel more contestable this round. Not sure why.
Because we don't
Maybe
have
everyone put it on their big boy pants.
Oh my god. My ult didn't go off and it still counted as using it. It's a song? Yeah, it's a song. It's the song. It's always funny that your character spawns in before you have vision of it, so if you just crank W, half the time you'll be running into things.
That's a dad joke.
Fail.
To be helpful. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Is someone being toxic? Oh, magic. Magic hop off my hard stick, bro. Fucking toxicity.
I am ready to put on a show.
She walked into that wall and then ulted, which is really funny.
Oh, damn, that Hulk going nuts, though.
I'm trying to keep Punisher alive. I think that's gonna get me. There it is. That got me. Kill him! Kill him!
God damn it.
Guys, no! Oh my god, he got both the healers. The number of people I see in this game that when like members of their team get snatched by Jeff, they're just like, oh well.
Yeah. Sometimes you're a little too preoccupied, but most of the time you should try to kill the Jeff.
I was gonna say, when he snatches both your healers,
We're playing real tug of war here. You gotta
99.
pull.
Oh, I'll reload. It's very uncomfortable. Yeah, you can rebound to something else. I know some people rebound melee to like clicking scroll wheel instead of for ping. But those people don't use ping, so you know. I'm so far away. I'm so far away.
I am
Fuck.
ready to put on a show.
Oh
God
they
damn it, she
swapped back
literally ulted to not
Spider-Man, or
die.
somebody did. No, that's the enemy. That's the enemy ult. Hi, Magic. Please stop. Oh my god.
They've almost got it.
Do you have extra
God
mouse
damn it.
buttons? Do you have extra mouse buttons on your mouse?
Yeah.
was gonna say, I was talking to Fergie in chat, if Fergie has like extra mouse buttons, you can sometimes bind it to that. And that may be a little more comfortable than trying to go for V.
I go for middle mouse wheel.
You better have killed somebody, Iron Man. You're gonna have a conniption, dude.
Get in the square! Get in the square!
God damn it, I just got here! It's also Iron Man's perfect to kill Jeff, so like, I'm dead.
Yeah, you have to rip. Oof. That Jeff ult. Wait, you can see people's healing stats during a match?
Well, you can't
What?
expect to win 'em all.
I can't type incest, but he can have it in his name.
Listen here, Kanye incest.
No, I was gonna say, go back to your incest, Kanye.
No. My gold. Goodbye, spaceman. Hooded puppet. Damn, the only one who didn't. Both tanks are trash. It's true. I am trash.
Nah, I just wish I wasn't forced to go healer that time. That person didn't just be like, oh, okay, we have one healer. Walks in Spider-Man.
Spider-Man. Spider-Man.
Abandoned it. Thank you. I never use those buttons. See, there you go. Gotta think outside the box, baby. Gotta think outside the box. All right. More! More!
I can only think outside of the box if it looks like a donut box.
That's after you smoke a couple, isn't it?
Yes.
I knew it.
Oh, I had voodoo donuts. I had voodoo donuts recently. That
Oh.
shit was so fire.
I should have guessed these.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. I sneezed. I had to sneeze.
Good.
Is the enemy
Good
player
stuff,
named
Ty.
Chodemaster?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Sir Swish.
Skimpets. Scrimps is bugs.
We'll be fine.
Scrimps is bugs.
You
There's
see,
a lady in my head who calls me Stud Muffin.
Difference.
Okay.
where'd the name Stud Muffin come from? Was there just like a really handsome
it's a term
muffin
of
one day?
affection.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against
Well, I know it's a term of effect. Oh, well, okay, I guess that's just it. They're just like, this is cute, Stud Muffin.
It's saying you look like a manly muffin.
I wish I looked like a what? Maybe I do. Maybe I do look like a manly muffin.
Maybe I am a manly muffin.
Just like that episode of Adventure Time where the muffin guy took off his wrapper.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I never knew it was chocolate under there.
volume all life. They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
Ah.
Stay strong.
Isn't
damn
bad
it.
that every time I see an Iron Man, I have such low hopes.
I sense your concern.
I want every Iron Man to fail. I'm sorry, I just do.
This battle is to you. Because you
Iron Man, to be good with Iron Man, it takes practice, and that's something that a lot of gamers don't do. Practice.
Yeah.
Because getting control of his flight takes a minute.
Jeff with a...
2
No, you had fun. Aw.
to stop them from securing the mission area.
Alright, I'm peeking, I'm peeking, I'm peeking. There's a Penny, Hella.
My Penny is
Oh, the Iron
very
Man is
concerning
overhead.
because she's gonna rush here and... Oh shit. Here, have that.
Uh,
Oh, my screen for a second, you were just running. Oh, hi guys.
probably.
I swear, see, there's the nest. Watch out, there's an onk.
Every time that nest comes up, we gotta destroy it.
Always. Careful. Careful with that
Always.
dive in. Gotcha.
Whee! Come on, Wolverine.
Oh, we have a Wolverine.
Yeah, they have a Wolverine. Ah, the Wolverine's being mean to me.
Careful. I don't have enough healing for you.
I got body blocked, but we got. Ah!
That's theirs.
What
That's
was
their
that?
cloak and dagger.
What was? Oh, that makes sense.
I don't have a leaf for you, Iron Man. There we go. I don't have a leaf for you. No.
Owie.
Good fucking pulse charge, my man.
Iron Man did his ult? Damn. I know
where's
his
the
ult
Moon
charge so
Knight?
fast.
Oh, he's up there to the right. Okay.
Moon
I love
Man,
playing as
Moon
Iron
Man.
Man. I stand by what I said. I pray for an Iron Man player's downfall. Not actually. Only in game. Only in game. This is actually an in Minecraft situation.
Oh, they're all on the point.
That's our Jeff.
Spit me out, please. Yay.
We need a little more priority on the Moon Knights. They're
I
trying to
got
stun
this
me out
bug
of it, but I
lady.
got it off. Get rid of that aunt, guys. Why can't another one of these fucking things lying around? Ow, ow.
Kill it. Kill the spider.
I can't. She's fucking bullying me.
Not for long.
It's okay. I
Okay, maybe
just
for long.
chunked all my heals on you. Wolverine's back there, by the way.
Thank you. Moon Knight's up here.
Ow. Oh, Jesus.
Woo! Triple
Okay.
kill.
There's Penny. Just quarter peeking. Have a damage boost. Have a damage boost.
I don't think the Penny knows that her web slows her down if she gets too far from it. Oh, but I'm getting
trying, I'm
Wolverine.
trying. I don't have any more
that makes a
means.
lot of sense. Oh, I was so inches away from the HP. A mere inch and I would have lived.
Ah, this is going well. He sounds like
That's
Archer.
going pretty good.
A grilled cheese.
Down to 30 seconds.
Make me a grilled, cheese.
cheese sandwich.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm also over here constantly boosting.
Oh, there's a lot of them in here. They're us. Ah, where am I? Wolverine really disorientates me. He's a great counter for tanks, honestly.
He's very good. He's very good at shredding tanks.
Yeah, people ignored him in the beginning because I guess no one really likes Wolverine that much as their main.
That was
But
the
then
wipe.
people
That
discovered
was the wipe.
he bullies people. No.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Have an inspire champ.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee. Feeling shocked. Step right might be more honest.
Die.
Help is here.
Careful, careful.
Yeah. Oh, there's someone coming upstairs. Oh.
Ow, Jesus. Those were the mines. I've Venn diagrammed myself with
I like
those
how
mines.
Against the world. A god
No.
never gives up.
Wait.
I was going to say, I know some people underestimate Cloak and Dagger's ultimate, but you should not. You should not underestimate Cloak and Dagger's ultimate by standing in it.
I didn't know it was the ultimate. Whee! Nito! It's my way. It's my way.
I was going to say, that Moon Knight needs to be bullied way more.
Yeah, I don't know. People are just
fucking
looking at the
Wolverine's
tanks
corpse.
like, oh, that's the problem. The Wolverine is the problem.
Wolverine's bad, but the Moon Knight is just getting to basically boomerang shit everywhere.
Oh my god, their spawn is right there! I didn't realize! Oh no!
Yeah, it moved because they captured it.
Well, I know it moved, but I didn't think it'd be right there. That's kind of a lot.
Ow, ow, ow.
Down to 30 seconds.
Woo!
Okay.
Without Ty, I
Forget-
wouldn't know the real
Forget
power
about
of the
it.
Force.
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
Oh shit.
The final 10 seconds.
Final
Come
10
on.
seconds. That we got this.
No, they have the points.
We got this. Nah, we got this.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. They've made it halfway. Stop them.
They've made it halfway.
Oh jeez. This will suck.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Where are all my buddies at?
I'm right next to you. I'm trying to heal you as best I can. Watch those mines. Watch that ult.
How do you watch for a mine?
Well, it's visible. Oh my god.
What does it look like?
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
Oh Jesus.
Dang it, they got the no, they got the point. Boy.
Yeah, they
Damn,
did.
that fucking Venom is super push.
My time to shine. Only 60 seconds left.
I forgot that this map's not that long. Hey, look,
Two
Moon Knight.
sections, but even then they've already pushed a long way. Oh god, I'm not even anywhere close
Yeah.
enough.
Moon Knight, Moon Knight.
Here's Iron Fist. Oh my god, he just point blanked the fucking. He just point blanked Iron Fist. Iron Man did.
Nice.
I like the cold. My time to shine.
Oh, I clicked the wrong button. Iron Fist is back. Watch out.
Against the world.
Just stay on the point. Well, except for there.
You'll have to keep fighting until we
Here's Iron Fist.
my time to shine.
One of Moon Knight's ults, I presume.
Man, I am really struggling to take her down.
He's on me. Venom's. Oh shit. I wish his Punisher wasn't so reliant on his turret.
Yeah.
He keeps setting his turret up and then just sticks to it way too tight. Okay, now he's on the point. He's he's not gonna get it. Let's go.
2.
He wasn't even aiming at it when he just did it to use it.
Which side?
Oh, I think he would have kept it for the next round.
We are cloak and
Not in this game, but I don't think,
We are
no.
hope and fear. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I believe that only works if I capture the hill, capture the flag, king of the hill.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Hank.
Because in casual, you only get the one.
Oh yeah.
You don't get the swap, which makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Round 2.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one. Apparently, everybody gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Everybody was kung fu fighting.
Get ready.
Oh, I forgot her fucking melee is a fucking backflip kick.
Should you fall, Thunder God,
Ooh.
I shall put that hammer of yours to good use.
That's whack. That's whack. Look at this.
You didn't hear that.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Who needs to lift it when I can reshape its uru metal?
Yay, hella.
4,
Oh,
3, 2, 1.
well, we'll see.
Don't forget, securing
I'm
the
always
missionary
stupid
is your
hesitant
top
with Hellas.
priority.
How you
Yeah.
doing? Hi, Jexo. How are you doing?
There's a Venom right there.
Healers in there.
Right here.
You do not need to dive for the health every time you see it.
Why not?
Because I'm healing you.
But I was alone in the beginning for a second, so you know, I go based off my
Oh
instincts
my
when
god,
I don't have
can't
people
outheal
behind
that
me.
damage. I literally can't outheal all that damage.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage.
Christ, guys, kill somebody.
Oh, there was even a Magneto behind me, sandwiching me.
That's our Magneto. I was behind
Oh.
you.
Time to shine.
You're Magneto?
They don't have a Magneto.
Oh. Leave my colorblindness alone.
You need to change the colors then.
Nuh-uh. I just get confused whenever they show us their perspective and we have their colors then. The enemy color. Whee!
My time to shine.
There's an Onk up there. Oh shit.
Where?
They just destroyed it. Somebody just destroyed it.
Thanks.
Yay. The Iron Fister.
Ow.
We are undefeatable. Us against the world.
There's a Venom coming down.
All the ticking sounds, all the fucking ticking sounds. You really waited that one out.
It seems like it.
Oh my god, kill somebody!
What?
How can so many things happen but
Wha-
nothing
why-
happen
why-
at the same time?
Why is the healer ult chasing the fucking Venom? Healer, why are you chasing Venom?
It's spider time!
She's not reaching
Time to shine.
health fast enough. We got this.
I'm guessing Penny didn't realize that ulting would make her abandon her healer.
Works for me. We just gotta push this in. Are you winning? No, not right now. Jesus.
That vehicle to its destination.
What the fuck? Oh, an Onk.
That was the Onk.
Okay,
When the
that
Onk
makes sense.
hits, it will bump you. Also, we have an
It's
Iron
very
Fist in the
subtle.
back.
I was worried.
Come back to the point. Come back to the point.
Whee! There's a cloak and dagger behind us.
I know. But the objective is the most important part. Oh my
Yeah,
god,
but they're
stop.
gonna gank us.
Stop staying at 180 degrees from me, Punisher. I'm trying to heal you. But no, it makes sense. The enemies were in line of sight. That's fine.
Against the world. You owe me one.
Come more towards the point, dinguses.
One of our healers is being harassed by Venom.
I know, but if you keep the fight moving towards... Hold on, I'm gonna...
Well, it's not
I
my
didn't
fault.
get
The
the
healer's
blind.
not
It's fine.
moving towards us. I gotta protect the healer even though they like staying away from us for whatever reason.
She ulted to stay alive through that fucking Moon Knight ult.
Yeah, this healer's balls, I've noticed. They've used their ult just to chase down Venom, and now they used it to stay alive alone.
A nice deep freeze.
I will keep ticking away on you, sir.
Time to shine.
I don't know, this Moon Knight is taking like some terrifying angles.
Moon Knight, Moon Knight.
The best way to
Yeah, the
heal
Moon
is to
Knight
keep
is pretty
stop
good.
the enemies from damaging your team, correct? What is the best CC again?
Many.
You
CC.
came all the way back to the base, my dude.
There no HP in here? I guess not.
Over here. I can heal you.
Tiger.
Jesus.
Like
Why are
the
y'all so
suits.
behind?
The fucking Iron Fist was on us.
Oh, that makes
Iron
sense.
Fist was all the way back at the base. He instantly used that.
Yeah, it
Okay.
didn't even initiate it with a slam.
Undefeatable.
Bad touch, bad touch. There we go. Oh no, Iron Fist.
Ow!
I hate Iron Fist players. I'm sorry, Segi. I like Segi. Segi's a cool guy, but I hate Iron Fist players.
Get into some good trouble.
Iron Fist and Iron Man players are my... Why do you keep coming all the way back here? I don't know who that was, but... No, it was Punisher. It was Punisher.
Okada needs us to move faster. Us against the world.
God damn it! She's almost dead.
One adorable cat that hits the ground.
Woo!
Ow, ow, pain.
Get in the healing.
She ults so far back.
She does.
Oh, oh, Ganon. God damn it. How could you? Here we go. There's a dome.
Your hands sometimes. That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Honk. Honk.
Us against the world. Only 60 seconds left. Let's get it there.
Oh my god. There's too much hell going on.
Too much hella?
No, there's no hella. Just hell in general.
Oh.
There's shit going on both sides and people aren't targeting the right people.
Get off. Get off, Venom. We're close, though. We're oh so close.
Get that vehicle moving again.
30 seconds.
My time to shine.
Oh my god! The thing too is I can't target the fucking onks unless I'm specifically cloak. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
They just bursted me down in the tower.
I know.
Oh, he ulted me. That makes a lot more sense.
Well, yeah, he did.
None hurts.
Oh, that's game.
Score. 2, 2, 3.
What? That's a
Whoa.
2-2.
What? What? So they automatically get the point if we don't pass their point. So you
Yeah.
only get a tiebreaker if it's 3-3.
Yeah, you only
Dang,
get
that
tiebreaker if
sucks.
both people finish. No,
That sucks.
because fucking people couldn't kill healers.
Man, yeah. Many times I'd get the healer to like their last tick, but then I'd get paralyzed and I couldn't
Not
finish
beginning
them
with
off.
chat once. Wait, what? Ugh. That's though. I have so many points now for the next battle pass. I can buy the entire first page when it comes out.
Are they gonna transfer over?
I think so because there's gonna be like a whole bunch of different ones,
Wow.
and they're gonna be permanently available. Adobe Acrobat, piss off, piss off. Okay, but that is gonna be it for me, Milk Shots. Thank you for playing.
Thank you for having me.
Of course.
I am going to go cry in the corner now. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Have a good night. All right, guys. That is going to be it for this week. We are going to be back on Monday. I clicked the wrong thing, so I can't move myself. There we go. We are going to be back on Monday, 4 p.m. CST. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to do just yet. Depending on what I get done tomorrow, we may have something new. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, though. It's up in the air. I know who we're gonna raid. I know who we're gonna raid. We're gonna raid the wife. We are gonna raid Hanetsu, who is currently playing GTFO. What do we want to go with? We'll just, how about wife appreciation raid? But with the funny emo. We're gonna use the dumpest. Appreciation raid. There we go. All right, guys. Like I said, we'll be back Monday. I'll have the schedule up. If you aren't in the Discord, I highly do recommend joining. I don't think it's going to do it in all caps. Oh, it did. It did work in all caps. Perfect. But until next time, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. Good night.